Good morning, colleagues. Roll call is open, and we do have 9 members, including myself, and that does constitute a quorum of 2 members from each of the standing committees present. So we'll call our special Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting at 10:25 a.m. And then Delegate Mitchell, can you help us with invocation this morning?
Thank you, Speaker. Rasi ona kutitilsi sunanta kwagi. Ado kiana kwagi hano yagi ado inotsnagi lo. Ado kudoshi na okagi do de hunshend. Tsutsuni de hasti do de. Kudojon do de sman hastan straya de. Kudo eyan naini kato de ko enyas nit lensunit. Ado anilsko enhe huns. Ado kudo eya a ndidi nilko. Ko eya tsin di benda na dikal. Ado benda e ko eya nena nasunanil ne hode. Bismas annitlenigi. Ado nda ko eya. Anilsko eya nikal hunlondolil. Di no en nani katolisin gaan. Ado kudo eya Plejay ado ina il in adon khalsen also nikdolt khao yan khilon londole adonat ani awasen don da dis ado kwagi tsra zange bismas an ado tra nazle ado not ani also ho Naa'bik'iyati kao skobon londole sin ga ado ko ntsani ju hin lagi lo ba nitsen ala tondantle ado to beta inna kya ado le sin ga ado ko na hoche man nada alte esto also nakabikit John Holiado ko ni konta de krage sin gan ado ko kya nan di idol gymnas ado amen.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mitchell, for invocation this morning. Colleagues, we do have an agenda before us, so we'll go down to number 2, visiting guests. We do see our Sergeant of Arms and also our police officers. Thank you for being here with us this morning. And many of our LDAs and also Navajo Nation employees from FRF office, I believe. Okay, yeah, good morning. The airport employees. Okay, so thank you again for being here, all of our legislative staff, attorneys that are here with us as well. Then first going to Delegate Toll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to say good morning to all our veterans, our elderlies, and also the law enforcement. And some of our veterans are out there still serving. I went to Eastern Navajo land, Eastern Navajo aging. There's a lot of concern from them. So ede throughout the Navajo Nation. There's a lot of issue in regards to what was going on up here at the administration. They like to be heard one of these days to come before the Naa'bik'iyati ndaoka. Hot has twin ndaoka bajo baidan. The Deltex is really neglecting. So if you have time, Speaker, I'd like to make an amendment so we can have a report from Deltex and also OOC. Within 2 weeks, my understanding, they will be out of food. So they're trying to get P cards. So without the update, I know Hassy's been meeting on, so it took like 4 hours just to talk about, and there was no solution, I believe. Ede ya kon rastui adane. Akobenil nit anilsko throughout this 110 chapter Nikilans on senior center dahalo. Ado eba yaltilto. They support needs. Ko koro e iaha e pahoito a kahata. Ere beha this to here do I recognize all my official. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Tolt. And Chair Crotty?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I want to recognize our Four Corners Canine Search and Rescue Team. They were deployed to help with the recovery of our Navajo sister who was swept away in the floods at Red Rock Chapter. They did an amazing job, colleagues. They are a nonprofit, non-political entity with the sole mission of helping Navajo Nation and other surrounding tribes deploy a search and rescue team. They've put a lot of commitment with their training. They're nobody funds them, and this was going to be the first year that Navajo Nation, through your support, we're going to fund increasing their equipment so that they have the capacity with this rugged terrain. Eventually, that search led into like a helicopter. There was drones, and now seeing what is happening in Denahoto and in Bird Springs, we need to continue to partner with search and rescue teams so that every community on Navajo Nation has a plan. And if they're not supported financially by Navajo Nation, then this council should be asking, where's that funding going? We're talking about the lives of our community members. We do have CERT teams, and I want to recognize that we have a CERT team, Certified Emergency Response Team, at the Biclabato chapter, Red Valley chapter, and Sonosti chapter. And it should be encouraged to, at every chapter, have an opportunity to be certified to help with that response. The last acknowledgement, I want to acknowledge Sean McCabe as the controller of the Navajo Nation per Navajo Nation law, and would want to ask for a report in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty, for acknowledging many of our people that continue to do great work in the field. So thank you again, Chair Crotty. And then going next to Chair Jesus.
Yata'epene. Good morning, Speaker and colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and our legislative services staff and our visitors in the gallery. I'd just like to appreciate and thank my chapter staff within the chapters that I represent within my district, but even across the Navajo Nation, and also the chapter officials for their endless efforts in trying to continue the momentum of that baton of local governance there at the chapter level. Second, I'd like to also recognize Department of Agriculture's Equine Removal Department or Horse Management Program in collaboration with what we call the Drought Contingency Plan is the removal of these feral horses across Navajo Nation. We do have a great team under Department of Agriculture. I'd like to extend my appreciation to Mr. Tyson Charlie and his team. We got Jared and Ben, we got Kyle Bigay, who are both ranch hand, Marvin Capitan, and Mr. Gutierrez also is a ranch hand, and also in collaboration with BIA. One of the things that I also want to state is I appreciate the chapters that have been assisting in preparing for these horse roundups within their prospective communities, as well as providing hot meals to the ranch hand, because these ranch hands being out there literally on an 8-hour basis, it does take a lot of physical toll on the body. And also having that hot meal at the end of the day really does provide a great sentiment of appreciation to these individuals and everyone that is participating in this horse roundup program. So I just wanted to give that acknowledgement this morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. And then next we do Delegate Law.
Thank you, Shadeja. This morning I would like to recognize Chinle chapter leadership, which consists of our chapter administration as well as the officials. I want to thank them for being able to come before the Resources and Development Committee yesterday to conduct their chapter audit corrective action plan. I also want to acknowledge the work of the Auditor General on behalf of the Navajo Nation. We appreciate all of the staff there at Auditor General's office in ensuring that our Navajo Nation funds are accounted for. And with that, I want to say good morning to our veterans and also to all of our police districts out on the Navajo Nation. I know they are out and about and they're busy with responding to inclement weather and also emergency response. I also want to thank our local IHS and 638 hospitals across the Navajo Nation as they provide much needed health care for our Diné people. And especially with the winter and fall season, we have an increase in healthcare needs across the Navajo Nation. I also want to thank our Western Agency for hosting Elder Day and Youth Day today, and many of us wish we were there to participate, but we know they're having a great time. I also want to just thank all of the work of all the committees and for being present. Although there is no budget in place, we have many delegates that continue to do their work and advocate for their communities. So I want to acknowledge all of the delegates for their outstanding work. So with that, Speaker, I just want to say good morning, and good morning to my LDA as well, Ms. Sherilyn Sells, and to everyone here this morning.
Thank you, Delegate Claw. Then going next to Delegate Helena Naa'bik'iyati.
Oh, yeah, it's happening to my colleagues here. I don't know to our staff. Chetkindo ya hol ada we need chetkin hol ah she happened the BHE. I just want to recognize our elders that are meeting at our Tuba City Agency Elder Fest today. And I did help organize that and got their lunch, everything prepared, and I wish I was there, but I always hear this in the back of my head. Your job is over here, so I had to make my way over here. So I want to recognize our cowboys and our cowgirls that made it to the Indian National Finals Rodeo from the Navajo Nation. Wish them good luck, and we're doing. We have a lot of cowboys from my delegate regions that are doing really well as of last night. So,
Thank you, Delegate Helena Naa'bik'iyati. And colleagues, are there any other recognitions? I don't see any, so we'll go down to number 3, adopting our agenda. Staff, if you could read our agenda into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, this is the special meeting proposed agenda, October 16, 2025, 10 a.m. Presiding Chair, Honorable Crystalline Curley, Speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials, 2-minute limit per delegate. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There's one journal dated October 9, 2025. 5, receive reports, none. 6, old business, none. 7, new business A, legislation 0228-25. B, legislation 0194-25. C, legislation 0216-25. D, legislation 0227-25. 8, close of meeting, announcements, adjournment. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And then calling for a motion. Motion by Delegate Claw. Second. Second by Chair Brenda Jesus. Then going first, Delegate Nez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I would like to propose amendment number 1 to the agenda and add in legislation 0232-25. It did get a committee report out of Budget and Finance. It's ready for action with our Naa'bik'iyati. So that's my motion at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Nez. And staff, if you could help read that legislation title into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Legislation 0232-25, an action relating to the Budget and Finance, Resources and Development and Naa'bik'iyati Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Council Resolution CJY-35-22, approving CHESN funds to construct a multipurpose complex in Navajo, New Mexico, removing Exhibits F and G to allow for project changes. Prime sponsor is Honorable Andy Nez. Madam Chair.
Thank you, staff. And is there a second? Second by Chair Jesus. And staff, if you could clear the board for amendment number 1. Comments, questions? Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you. I'd like to ask if we could modify amendment number 1. I'd like to ask that we add legislation 0239-25 to to the agenda for today. The committee report has been signed and has been submitted to Office of Legislative Service. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. And motion party does concur, seconding Chair Jesus. And then just for the record, if we could read the 0239-25.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Legislation 0239-25, an action relating to the Law and Order and Naa'bik'iyati committees approving and authorizing Public Law 93-638 contract between the Navajo Nation and U.S. Department of the Interior of Law Enforcement, Criminal Investigation Services for a period of 5 years, approving and authorizing annual funding agreements. Prime sponsor is Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, co-sponsor Honorable Crystal Curley. Madam Chair.
Thank you, staff. And so that motion is modified to include now 2 legislations to the agenda. Any more comments or questions? Delegate Toth to amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Also, would like to ask the motion party to include OOC in regards to P card that's supposed to be issued out to the seniors. Deltex 8A, the other day they were having a meeting on it, so we need an update from controller, see where this request is at. We don't want to, have, my understanding bashes won't take a purchase order anymore, so we need to strategize how we can help the senior center. Report on. I don't know if the NDOH is present here or they might be out there in Tuba City, so I'd just like to have a report from OOC, see where they're at, an update report. Motion party. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Toth. And there is that request for modification to add a report to the agenda from Office of the Controller regarding update of P card section regarding Deltex. Delegate Ness?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I did ask Delegate Toth if a written report would suffice. Colleagues, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee has met on this issue. The BASHES has issued a memo that they are no longer accepting POs. And when we think about our senior centers, a lot of their meals came from working closely with BASHES. And so we did meet with the Deputy Controller, is that his position? Yeah, Mr. Willie Rob. And so him and his team were there. We talked about proposing a operational P card that is strictly just for food to allow our seniors to continue to receive those items past October 31st. So we did instruct Daltex, it's DALTCS, FYI. So Daltex, we did the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Services. We did instruct through the Department of Health and appointed Division Director Yazi to work closely on finalizing the training because there are procurement trainings that they have to conduct and complete. And so if I can modify, since Delegate Toth is okay with the written report, I'm open to doing a written report, since we, as Health, Education, Human Service Committee, has also instructed the next steps already. And that was through a leadership meeting held on Tuesday. So with that being the case, once we get that written report, we can certainly send it out to all of our colleagues here. And that's just for 9 sites and strictly just for bashes. Everything else seems to be operating and proceeding as is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Nez. And going back to Shache, Delegate Toth, if a written report would suffice. And Delegate Toth, maybe you do have a timeline or a deadline on when we would like to see this written report.
But thank you, Madam Speaker. She next week should be we need a written report by next week, so we can at least inform the Deltex out the agency. Thank you.
And Delegate Nez concurs with that. Chair Jesus concurs with it as well. So that was updated here on the board, colleagues. And questions, comments on amendment number 1? Second call and third call. Going for a 2-minute vote on amendment number 1. And we do, Delegate Nota, how do you vote? Green. And we do have a vote of 14 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. Amendment number 1 Carries, and then going back to our main motion. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I'd like to propose a consent agenda. Wait, so do we still have 228 up there? Right, Speaker? It hasn't been deleted? Okay. Delete 22825 unless we get 16 people here. I don't know. Let's see here. What are we at? 5? We have 14. Yeah, I mean, we got to delete it off the agenda, so I'm going to motion to delete that. I wish my colleagues cared enough about funding our LDAs and staff and would show up. This is the second week in a row that this has been on the agenda, and it's pretty appalling to me that we don't have the requisite number of people to be here, because these are people's lives at stake, and they have lives that they have to take care of, or other people's lives that they have to take care of. But, okay, legislation 19425, legislation 21625, and legislation 22725 for a consent agenda as well. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. After talking with Delegate Crotty, I'd like to modify the motion to see if we could do 228 at the end of the agenda in the event that more colleagues show up.
Well, staff is updating that on the board. Also, want to welcome Mr. Brian Lee on the north side from Senator Lujan's office. So thank you, Kinant, for joining us today. And Vice Chair Slater, if you can look over your motion, then concur. So that is a consent agenda for 0194-25, 0216-25, 0227-25, and then moving legislation 0228-25 to the end of the agenda. Vice Chair Slater?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Questions, comments, amendment number 2, we do have Chair Crotty.
Appreciate it, thank you. I was gonna ask the amending the motion, and I'm next if you feel like this is something you don't want to do, but to add the written report from Senator Lujan's office on the impacts of tribal funding that was presented, sent out to the council. And the other report that I'm going to request is a report from Navajo Nation Department of Human Resources, DPM. So Budget and Finance, we sent out a memo, or finalizing a memo this morning. In reading the DOJ attorney-client privilege memo, it does state that there was a process, but does it provide, I want in writing how DHR and DPM handled this attempt from Office of the President and Vice President to insert this made-up position, interim controller, because I want to see the classification, like the PCQ. I want to see all of the legal documents for this individual to have the authority to approve budget transfers. When on Wednesday afternoon, Ms. Toddy had reported to Budget and Finance Committee that she had not seen a PCQ or a PAF. So I want a clear timeline in all of the events. So I don't know if the amending party wants to add that in, but if we could add the reports to the end of the legislations, I'm fine, to give them time to get that information to get over here. But this committee should be asking serious questions. I was on, I listened to Hess on Monday as the oversight for DPM. I didn't really hear that conversation. I listened to Law and Order this morning. I didn't hear a conversation about Navajo Nation laws that are being violated. So I want to make sure if collectively now we have that collective conversation about our concerns. And I'm bringing this up, Speaker, because the safety of our nation is also at a turning point. It's been shared to me, you know, what happened in 1989 was actually a move by then President McDonald to access checks at the Office of the Controller. And so our community members are very concerned about the integrity of the Navajo Nation. I'm very concerned with Navajo Nation Department of Justice memo regarding the matter and their passive response in terms of what is happening when it comes to our financial risk. And so I would want to make sure that the committee has the information that we need as leadership to move forward. So I'm going to ask the amending party if they want to add those two reports. If not, I understand, and I could go next for Amendment 3. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Crotty. And so there's a motion right now, Delegate Slater. I need to call for a second. Then we'll go back to modifying. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Chair Crotty, second.
Saying you have to agree. Yeah, I second.
Okay, then that goes back to the motioning party, Chair Crotty's modification to add those two reports. And Chair Crotty did ask that as a written format with clear timelines for DPM. Okay, written and oral, okay. And Delegate Slater, you did concur, right? Okay. And Chair Crotty, that was your modification. So colleagues, that amendment number 2 is modified on the board. And are there any questions or comments on amendment number 2? Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I actually would like to add a report, and I want this both written and oral report provided today from Mr. Rob Willie, Office of the Controller, on the transfer of funds from the K-9 unit to Boo's account. I think that the Navajo people need to know that what has transpired with that, as he's sending out press releases that it didn't happen. So if we can get that information and allow the Navajo people to listen in on that report. And I'd be fine with adding that to the end of the agenda as well, to give Mr. Willie some time to put together the proper documents.
Then going back to motion party, there's that request to add a report from the Assistant Controller, Mr. Robert Willie, on transfer of funds from K-9 unit to OPVP operating at the end of the agenda. Vice Chair Slater
Yes.
and Chair Crotty, seconding party. Okay, we'll go back to amendment number 2, and then Delegate Simpson to amendment number 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Naa'bik'iyati staff, guests that are listening here, and guests that are here. I'd like to request the motion party on amendment number 2 under consent to include legislation 232-25 and also 239-25. I'd like to request that if the motion party could modify his motion, and also the second motion party. So, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Naa'bik'iyati.
And there is a modification request coming from Delegate Simpson to add legislation 0232-25 and 0239-25 to the consent agenda. Motion party, Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. It's my position that if legislations are added the day of, that doesn't comply with how we've written things, and I think that people should have a right to know if we're going to do the consent agenda that way. So I have no problem if the committee afterwards wants to do that, but I'm going to decline to do that right now. Thank you.
Okay, that modification was not accepted, so we'll go back to main motion of amendment number 2. Questions, comments? Going twice and going 3 times. 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, for amendment number 2. Delegate Helena Naa'bik'iyati. And we do have a vote of 14 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. And amendment number 2 carries. And then going back to our main motion of our agenda. Delegate Ness.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to offer amendment number 3, which is to consent 232-25 and 239-25. Thank you.
Chair, I'm just following the board here, so if I didn't see no names, then Delegate Nez just raised his hand. So I don't know how it's just maybe the computer, but I didn't see anybody on the board, so that's how I called on Delegate Nez. And there's a second by Delegate Simpson. For amendment number 3, Chair Crotty.
I'd like to remove 0239-25 off of the consent agenda so that criminal investigators can present their 5-year plan. Thank you.
There is an objection to 0239-25 off the consent agenda, so that will be modified here on the board. Colleagues, any more question, comment on amendment number 3? Going twice, then going 3 times. 2 minutes on the board, colleagues. That does this only include one legislation to the consent agenda? Delegate Nota, how do you vote? Green. Vice Chair Simonson, how do you vote? Green. And we do have a vote of 10 in favor, 4 opposed, with chair not voting. Amendment number 3 carries. Then colleagues, going back to our main motion. Second call. And third call, colleagues. I'll have staff do recapturing all the summary of amendment number 1, 2, and 3 before we go to a vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 1, add legislation 0232-25 and legislation 0239-25 to the agenda. Also, request a report from OOC regarding the update from the P-card section regarding Daltex within a week. Amendment 2, add legislation 0194-25, 0216-25, and 0227-25 to a consent agenda. Move legislation 022825 to the end of the agenda. Add written report from Senator Lujan. Add written and oral report from Navajo Nation DPM at the end of the agenda regarding the interim controller position. Add a written and oral report from the Assistant Controller, Robert Willie, on the transfer of funds from the K-9 unit to OPVP. Amendment 3, can you scroll down? Add legislation 0232-25 to consent agenda. Madam Speaker.
Point of order raised by Chair Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you, colleagues, appreciate it. I'm just looking at the agenda from last meeting, and there was a report added for President Nygren to present to the committee. Was that then deferred? Should that be on this agenda? What was the action? Because that report was never made. So what's the strategy there with that report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. We did have a report that was asked for President Nygren to present during our last regular Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting on ARPA funding and also his plan for hardship for Navajo people. So we did call him 3 times and he did not show to the Naa'bik'iyati committee. So at that time, colleagues, we can add it back onto our agenda for the next Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting. So that could be an option, or if that could be also written. Because we did not get any feedback from then to now from the Office of the President or Vice President regarding that report. Yeah, we can, on the regular. And colleagues, our next regular Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting following the fall session, looking at my calendar, it is on November 13th. We can make it an advance notice again to the Office of the President, Vice President, notifying that that is the date, or if there's going to be another special Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting set. A point of order raised by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Just really quickly, in terms of the report that was requested from Boo Nygren from the last Naa'bik'iyati committee, do we know if he's planning to come to council on Monday for the first day of council session?
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. No, I have not received any confirmation from President Nygren or the Vice President. Okay, thank you, colleagues. And I'm going to call for a vote, and this is to adopt our agenda for today. Chair Jesus. Delegate Lester Yazzie. Green. And Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. Vice Chair Yazzie. Green. And we do have a vote of 15 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. And we have adopted our agenda for today. And we'll move forward to journals. We do have one for October 9, 2025 that was sent via email on October 15th at 4:31 p.m. Motion? Motion by Delegate Toth. Second? Second by Chair Crotty. Colleagues, any questions, comments on the journal? I don't see anyone in queue, colleagues, so vote on adopting our journal. 2 minutes on the board. Thank you, colleagues. We do have a vote of 15 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. And we will go down to next item on the agenda. So old business, we did for modification to our agenda to put reports at the end. So we will move forward with old business. There is none. And we'll go to 7, new business. Chair Regina Charles Newton, point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. So I think I wrote down all of the changes that have been made to the agenda, and I know you can't do a motion during a point of order. However, I'd like to request that we maybe take a 5-minute break so that you guys can print out the new agenda for us, so that we can see all of the changes that have been made, especially with the new legislations that have been added, which ones are the consent agenda. I think I have them all, but I just want to be sure that I have it correctly. So if we could take that 5-minute break to give your staff some time to print out the new agenda, that would be great. Thank you, Speaker.
So staff is still formalizing in the Word document, so you don't see it in your email just yet as well. So colleagues, if there's no objection, I think we do need a 5 minutes break, because I don't know if it's our lagging in our network, but it's not emailed as well. So 5 minutes, colleagues. Colleagues, is for announcement as well, since we are still in recess. If we do have a long agenda and we have many reports, but at some point in time, we would have to entertain a recess for lunch too. Unless if you just want to keep going, because we don't have any operating to get lunch. So just keeping for a side note. Okay, colleagues, we're gonna do a roll call. Okay, colleagues, we are doing roll call. Roll call is open. Colleagues, we do have a two committee rule quorum, and we will exit back out of 11:34 a.m. Okay, colleagues, we will move on. We are on number 6, new business consent agenda. It should be in your email as well. And staff, if you could help read our consent agenda into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Consent agenda, legislation 0194-25, in action relating to the resources and development, budget and finance and Naa'bik'iyati committees and nomination council, approving $1,270,800 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance to UFB of the nomination Department of Transportation to fund the purchase of installation of 2 automated weather observing systems for Tuba City and Chinle airports. Prime sponsor is Honorable Shauna Ann Clark. Co-sponsors are Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, and Honorable Otto So. This legislation is final authority with nomination council. Legislation 0216-25, in action relating to the Law and Order, Budget and Finance and Naa'bik'iyati committees, approving and authorizing Public Law 93-638 contract between Now Nation and U.S. Department of the Interior for law enforcement patrol services for a period of 5 years, approving and authorizing annual funding agreements. Prime sponsor is Honorable Arvin Mitchell. This legislation is final authority with Naa'bik'iyati Committee. There are committee reports attached from the Law and Order Committee dated September 22, 2025. Recommended do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee dated October 8, 2025, recommended do pass with one amendment, Amendment 1. 1, in Exhibit A, the Statement of Work, Section 108, make the changes as indicated in bold blue font below. After 108, overstrike no and insert a capital A. After security, insert new language, underline, police officers shall not be assigned as permanent bodyguards for politically elected or appointed official of the Now Nation government, including president, vice president, etc. However, comma, and underline, overstrike no. After officers, insert may and overstrike shall. After assigned, insert new language, underline, to temporarily assist and provide police services at public events involving public officials or visiting dignitaries, overstrike serve as bodyguards. Security for the president, vice president, or other politically elected or appointed officials of the nomination government or visiting dignitaries, and overstrike. Capitalize police after prohibit any. The revised language will read as follows. 108, assignment as security. Police officers shall not be assigned as permanent or temporary bodyguards or security detail for politically elected or appointed officials of the Now Nation government, including president, vice president, etc. However, police officers may be assigned to temporarily assist and provide police services at public events, including involving public officials or visiting dignitaries. This does not prohibit any police officer from conducting an investigation of criminal offenses or threats of criminal offenses against president, vice president, or other politically elected or appointed official of the Now Nation. Legislation 0227-25, an act relating to the Law and Order and Naa'bik'iyati committees and the Now Nation Council, amending Title II of the Now Nation Code to codify virtual attendance by council delegates at standing committee meetings and Now Nation Council sessions, amending the Now Nation Rules of Order and Standing Committee Rules of Order to allow for virtual attendance by council delegates. Prime sponsor is Honorable Amber Knezwa Karate. Co-sponsor Honorable Crystalline Curley. This legislation is final authority with Now Nation Council. Legislation 0232-25, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee, Resource and Development and Naa'bik'iyati committees, and to the Now Nation Council, amending Council Resolution CJY-35-22, approving CHSN funding to construct a multi-purpose complex in Navajo, New Mexico, removing Exhibits F and G to allow for project changes. Prime sponsor is Honorable Andy Nez. This legislation is final authority at Now Nation Council. For legislation 0216-25, per Nomination Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Chair.
Thank you, staff. And colleagues, do we have a motion on the consent agenda? Motion by Delegate Nota, second by Delegate Simpson. And colleagues, we will call for a vote on the consent agenda. And time has expired. Our Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, Chair Brenda Jesus. And we do have a vote of 13 in favor, 0 opposed, with Chair not voting on the main motion. And colleagues, we will move on to B, legislation 0239-25. Honorary sponsor, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Second call for sponsor, Chair. And staff, if you could help read this into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item B, legislation 0239-25, an action relating to the Law and Order and Naa'bik'iyati committees approving and authorizing Public Law 93-638 contract between the Navajo Nation and U.S. Department of Interior for law enforcement criminal investigation services for a period of 5 years, approving and authorizing annual funding agreements. Prime sponsor is Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, co-sponsor Honorable Crystalline Curley. There is a committee report attached from the Law and Order Committee dated October 16, 2025, recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation is final authority with Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Chair.
And thank you, staff. And colleagues, motion by Delegate Toll. Is there a second? Second by Delegate Arbin Mitchell. Colleagues, will we be having questions, comments? And yes, and we will provide a 20-minute presentation to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to add legislation number 0239-25 to today's agenda. And I appreciate the questions that will be forthcoming regarding this 638 contract. Just to be clear, this 638 contract should have been approved and at the Department of Interior's office on October 1st. However, we did reach out to the Department of Interior hoping to properly negotiate this 638 contract, as the last negotiation, proper negotiation, was done in 1998 or 1999. So the 638 contract has not changed since then. Many times, the Law and Order Committee has gone to Washington, D.C. and advocated for changes to be made to our contract and to our scope of work, as well as to costs that are associated with this 638 contract, or the budget, I should say, the budget. But we were told that because we're not negotiating properly, that there wasn't very much to entertain. At this point, the way that all of our 638 contracts are determined is OMB gets the contract, OMB signs off on the contract, then it goes to the president for signature, and then it goes to Department of Justice. That's the way that it was explained to us. You would think it would go to Department of Justice first, and then to OMB and to Boo for his signature, but that's not how it goes. I think this contract, and as well as law enforcement, which was approved on the consent agenda, those are the only two at this time that are going through Department of Justice review first, and then OMB, and then it's going to Boo for signature, and then it's going through Naa'bik'iyati. But at this time, we were planning to have a meeting with the Department of Interior. Everything was set so that we could have proper discussions with them. Unfortunately, because of the government shutdown, as well as our own within the Navajo Nation, the funding issues that were happening. We were not able to make the meeting, which was scheduled last week on Monday, was supposed to be scheduled last week on Monday, but that didn't happen. So now we come before you at this time to present the 638 contract for your consideration and also for discussion on changes that do need to happen to this contract. However, I will state that because we have not sat down with the Department of Interior, we don't know at this point if they are going to be open to any changes that would be occurring within the scope of work, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to move forward and we're going to try to present those changes to the Department of Interior. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over at this time to Director Leslie, who could talk a little bit about the scope of work and the changes and the amendments that have been made to the scope of work regarding the 638 contract. Director Leslie?
Good morning. My name is Malcolm Leslie. Look at the nehal so basichin ashida shiche tobahada shanela. And I am the Criminal Investigations Director and been in this position for just a little over a year. And I've been working diligently with my staff to include Mr. Henderson, who is now our Public Safety Director, when we started going over our scope of work. And with that said, I'm going to let Mr. Henderson, our Public Safety Director, elaborate more on the scope of work at this time.
Oh, yeah, that one doesn't work. You're going to share this one.
You want to switch?
I guess so. Let's do that really quick. My excuse me, but she to the cheat need that she. This cheat need that she nalle. Say I can secure the hajane, but that do ade na shadow ade ishte. I could also date anigi. The statement of work ninigi the Criminal Investigations PL 93-638 contract. The lay tatina hedoba ane that say I thought a yard had the liante ado state ato need in alna hodiji in the daikodo bein hilhastet or list or altashin or just anego lago a yam bin shield nisto sahonelia a din Department of Justice Day radit ahidan linigi saton hikaije do saton a yadit bin benacha hada dilia din alsahagi a yadi 101 nigi in how so this side all investigations shall be conducted with a view towards prosecution in court. Investigations shall be conducted professionally, impartially, and thoroughly, and reports shall be timely, objective, and accurate. In how so though criminal investigations must be conducted professionally, impartially, and thoroughly until all viable leads have been exhausted, and reports must be timely, objective, and accurate. Need in Delia. The large yajo Beninagi Alkidashi ni hotahot in the Edit Asagon Eban Sahakeso Na Alka Nenigidin le Gold Digun Ebehadol Tito Arabi Ahwint Ido Lishbenache Na Alkado Lishot Ayasasa on the Kadeyad Di Da Ilkahagi Del Kahagi the Honeshigi. To laida e don le gold digun e ya beli ha hinteta to e ya gold de belindast io nda il khata dilla na al khan has anigi to gold de belnast io nda il kha ko e besado belt ego benina e ya dik at ko e ya na al khato le ligi e tsde di benache e hozendo le na al khato le ligi jo e ya ba hozendo da Erotago, the Nacha Hosaniki Bahastigo, and Dol Kagi Bahastigo. Aja hot out a yard at the Zilibe in Alcato, let hot out a Yasadigi BCB. Ado di Quado Bajan on his Bahas and Dol Lishbenacha. The Lada Quabi Dust Zogi. Nere Washington, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Office of Justice Services, Jo AD Bish contract deal. The contract had a deal or could the Navajo Nation ye last ita Ado Hoshi that's a DG the naso bansa keso jo ko dik at ya the BIA be directives the BIA be regulations rules and regulations digi kodo ade satan linigi bitas so be yil bel khadat nit aita ko di kodo de nani linigi hin hibe has ani ya jo da ado jo bitas zoda the neben the nani linigi hibe has ani bik ahna il khato leligi kodo nani linigi ani hid nebe be has ani nihiden abe be be nail nisto lehla ba hatten le Washington de be has ani dan linigi da ede yakwa out bitas zo Washington de inno dit an dit an to lehni snod ede bik aho di jiden da il khako ebeni na go di jide kade di ko alla ho an dil nil sad an hi kodod nani linigin hi be has ani gi bik aho na il khato leh nihiden nid nan linigi khat ishi ya khan zinchi panil khato leh ado yad di ko an hi ben has ani dan linigi den never be has ani gi jo klein lo di ko de yam di in den nebets ade be has ani bik da in shigi bik han hi be has ani da net de hagi kodo large bi di zo klein lo kodo ni hit never na il khato leh di no jo hat ya di binina sat la ho en delia la ho en del na bani kho akodi altashin da ol kiligi bin nachigo oje dast anago kodod on zaje laho bin hilan hashne do le kodi laho ende liagi jo ADA ya 101B AD ko 4 guna da sa da nanas jagi lo ko la bigida sitzo AD all criminal investigation case files ko abigi sitzo hagi with the exception of internal affairs documents. Internal affairs documents. Ajat anana sati internal affairs because anja aja yabanal tosan deja. Nihe kwaja criminal investigation has anja internal affairs documents do holonda ibatan ishin yahun abi istodo lecho ebini na in hawata sitzo. Ebitsk akun must be kept in a secured location. Yadi criminal investigation al kanal tosnet tahigida edeya internal affairs ge ebahatten adogui hasab ginado sitzohagi shall be made accessible to any bureau law enforcement contracting officers representative upon written demand and in conformity with applicable provisions of law and other internal policies and procedures of the contractor innaho hadasitzo ado ede quad you must become a permanent record of the individual criminal investigation case file. Dibini na now hatasit zogi jo di quat ade Bureau of Indian Affairs ya quat an hapik ade audit nda ili di quat na nishi kahligi criminal investigation audit nda ili audit an hapik ko bid nachiko yadin le towards the end of this statement of work jo ad yalki ad reports under let's see here section reports bakagi ad end abi soti jo ad no ad an habik ad monitoring visits ndaili 112A internal reporting procedures. The contractor will maintain the following information as part of its performance of this contract, but will not submit this information. However, this information will be available for inspection during the Bureau's yearly monitoring visit. The reports again which hol ido lil na khapik ad ya da bin khan da khato bin di de nal ido lil no bi das aron de tadi quite under 5 ya quite don't know satana da sitzo Immediately and thoroughly conduct crime scene and other investigative work and file reports within a reasonable period of time after completing such investigative work. Jo e hot a bi zonde e bini na na hata si zogi jo e yad ai ta e yadi sad tahnaj jagit ai ta e ya halne e di kwad number 6 gone sad jagit ai ta e ya halne to a contractor must conduct all investigations under this contract in a professional and impartial manner and perform its obligation in conformity with applicable provisions of the Navajo Nation laws and procedures. The never has any bikahana al kato leligi. Jo e hodat egi kodo e yad bahata sitzo. Ado and the United States Attorney under E interact with United States Attorney and other federal agencies. AD number 1, E1, promptly and accurately report felony crimes to the United States Attorney's Office within a reasonable time, dependent on the circumstances of the availability of communications process, but no later than 48 hours after contractor is made aware of the crime. Within 5 business days after receipt of a report of a felony crime, contractor shall notify in writing the appropriate United States Attorney's Office using the standardized prosecutor report. United States Attorney's Office has ani the federal courts has ani the if there's going to be a report to the United States Attorney's Office within a reasonable time. BIA in 5 business days. No, to make it consistent with what the policies are from the United States Attorney, though in the federal rules of court proceeding. Reasonable time within section, let's see here, section where it talks about the let's see. The waste and where it addresses the waste and waste and fraud usual sabi is edo na yad additionally din hit the nebhi has anin linigijo yadin hikeya latoba niche hikeya lato yad bikitnit halan hidne ya bikeya lido bikeya to lahon do nito bikeya han tsugoshi yan chiti na neligi bigi acquire has anigi acquire waste and fraud digi the criminal investigations don't they kata do le jot yasad bi sunday digi na hata sit zogo ben nache yadi kwa ani hinhi has ani no yadi kwa ni kayagi itrapani chindole ni kaya adole do hot ego al inlo jo hot ya kwa be benil khato le beke nit idole do bana il khato le jo ben ye hot ya so in hata sitza quite section gila hatten die na tos atrapist aro in the tae a hoda hagido thin ho e khodo nil chdesh at khui gushin la go to e yan na ho hada si zodo sad sa da ilini e ya hot e yan ni hilin da sil e hot e yan hilin shan in delia di section G gun eladi e di bash ne gi waste and fraud ngi e di kwa e 101G kon esa da shijagi in how hada sitzo edi kwa ya large hot abashne do lekho da il khedi gi binina jo kho ya la go na hada sitzo go digi dat hagi binina an he ni be has ani dan lenigi bik corona il khato del ni den be ba khwiliya do leki edi hot large ni lo hot sa digi il khe na da shijago ashi ani e ya ngein di khodo ni ta ni khodo shin e ya khajo na idol khido shin hodo hajo ben khilna hashne do leti da en len jono ba do ne shin de jo honde bin na idol khichi do le kho shin e ya khon tsugo olt ojo dasht anago e khodo bin na tlaon de liagi do tlaon da ilia bin na gi jo e hajo khodo do ben hil khoshne do le ko ya la kha si lo ade en hisnol do hodo han tsugo shin e ya Naa'bik'iyati do tinhlo na khae ya khodo ben hike do khato ben khalla do liltin go Washington de BIAOJS aja hajo betaton na dit aslo kha he dit an kha do lili kha ne de nani tlenigi hajo de nebe ba khwiliya do lilt ani hin be has ani dan lini khodo be benel nisto lil eben nach e ade ya da audit dan khol I do lil na go Washington de be has ani ge ben nach audit dan khol I ge jo e do ya shkhon de beti no shi di ne kho a khe la kha si lo hun tsu shi khodo ni hil na hos net do lil.
Thank you for that, Director Henderson. I know we got a few more seconds left. I do also want to point out that in terms of the remaining funds that are left over for federal funds, we are currently working on that as a committee, and we did have 2 leadership meetings to discuss how we're going to proceed forward in the remaining funds that are left for federal funds.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, and also to our Division Director, Mr. Henderson. Thank you for that presentation. And colleagues, we do have a motion and a second in place, so we will open up the floor for questions. First, we do have Chair Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you, appreciate it. I just, in looking at the attorney's memo for this legislation, Shadeja Chair Curley, it's not clear to me why the 638 5-year contract renewal for the division's public or police department was assigned to budget and finance. And this looks, in looking at the document, it's very similar. So if you could help me understand through your Office of Legislative Counsel and through the Office of the Speaker that has the authority to assign committees, why this legislation did not go before Budget and Finance Committee. Because what I want to echo is there needs to be accountability from the programs on the amount of money that they are not spending of their external dollars. And there was comments made about the request of Navajo Nation general funds when it's clearly there's evidence to state that they're sitting on millions and millions of dollars. And that's why it would have been, if we're talking about a 5-year contract dealing with external funds, I would need to know why it didn't go through Budget and Finance Committee. I understand that this was due back in August 1st of 2025. But as I review the document, and if anybody has any, what do you call that, think that we should get rid of the 164 process, no, it's just a matter of if it functions correctly, because you could look at Exhibit B, and this was submitted less than a month ago and went through the whole process. So the first signature here is, what is that, 9/19? And we kind of talked about this in Budget and Finance yesterday, about high or upper management override, because when they review the documents, they should be like OMB or the controller. I think OMB, they should be submitting what they currently have in their federal funds. So that had to be requested at Budget and Finance. If that could be, if my colleagues want to get a copy, and you could clearly see the amount of money that's currently in this contract, because now I have concerns on how the program asks for general funds and unmet needs. And we support it because we support public safety and the public. That's one of their top priorities. But we have to have a discussion about the funds that they're not utilizing and how that's impacting services across Navajo Nation. I know one area that we have been trying to address is like overtime and also the aspect of the criminal or the medical examiner. So in reading, in reading the scope, I didn't clearly hear that from the presentation. So I wanted to raise that while you confirm with your team why this didn't go before Budget and Finance. The other area, when I'm looking at the documentation, there was, areas where it was considered not legally sufficient, but those areas were submitted, and you could see that, entered into high Q at 922 from Office of the Controller. So the process, the 164 process does work. It just depends in terms of how this moves forward. Because when I look for requests for service from the program, if this was due August 1st, you didn't submit it till August 18th. So there's already, help me understand, and I understand if it's our first attempt to have this conversation about the 638 contract, and that we had to massage all of that out, that would be great for us, or for me to know, because it's about keeping accountability and as, the federal shutdown and how that impacts. So those are more like technical questions. I'm gonna go into the statement of work, and I'll just refer to the second the second part of the statement of work that has the underline and strikeout. What I would want to do is, so I'll just go by section. So section 101A, I just need you to define, what does it mean when it says cooperate with any legitimate request? The second question is in section 101B2, I need to know what, in your opinion, is a reasonable period of time. As being chair of the Missing and Murdered Diné Relatives Task Force, you participate in our calls, and we appreciate the support and the capacity to help us understand some of these challenges. But no one can deny that there has been cases where reports of interviews, and what's the internal accountability, and what do you think at the capacity that you have, understanding you're understaffed, overworked, what would we consider a reasonable period of time? Because as we onboard the MMDR database, we'll be tracking the cases, and so we would want to know, does that mean 5 days after, when a report is completed? Is it 7 days? Is it 30 days? That would be helpful for me, and not saying that we need to change this contract. What I'm saying is help me understand as a Navajo Nation lawmaker what you expect, and then what are resources we can move forward to shorten that time. So right now I'm not proposing any amendments. So section 101.3, you're including language that has artificial intelligence equipment. There's no Navajo Nation policy or guidance when it comes to AI. I have reviewed some initial drafts, so I would want to see what policies are best practices out there in the law enforcement world that we could consider, and then working with your oversight, we implement some of these policies, because the way the federal government funds now are stating that we have to declare that none of this funding is used for like diversity, equality, and inclusion. And there's also a provision in there, and DOJ has sent me some feedback, is allowing these federal entities to have access, complete access to our data if it's federally funded. And that's what we're attesting to in any federal money. So I want to make sure when we talk about artificial intelligence that there's still a conversation about our data sovereignty and how that data would be used in other, so if you're collecting it now for law enforcement, which would work, but what if it's used to harm our residents? And that's the conversation we'll need to have when you're onboarding AI technology. There's a lot of great technology out there that could be very beneficial, but I would want to just look at that policy part. Let's see, so section 1014, it does say, this is when we talk about case files. Do we need to digitize all of the, so when we say this, does this language here allow you to use this funding to digitize your investigation case files? We've gone over data, we know what some of the challenges is. I just want to make sure we have that language in the statement of work that would allow federal funding to have criminal investigators be able to digitize your files. So not only is it housed there in the district, but internally you have access to your files, which is a best practice. So I just wanted to clarify. Okay, then let me go down to, okay, so 4, and you strike out the language, shall be made accessible by any borough law enforcement. Just help me understand why you wanted to strike that out. I don't have an issue, but I do know that it's very hard. Let me pause here. I know that FBI provides a lot of support. We thank the agents and the agency, but we do have some challenges when it comes to FBI providing documentation. And I think we've had that internal conversation. So help me understand if that striking language, you know, let's go to 6. So I'm still on 1016. The last paragraph, it says, contractor must not exercise any recriminalization against any criminal investigator for the proper performance of the investigator's duty under this contract. Help me understand what that means, because you did talk about internal affairs. I'm not sure if this is the portion that is the CI internal affairs. I'm not familiar enough with your internal affairs process, but I also believe then there should be a continue to segregate those investigations so there's not like collusion or any type of, threats to people who are doing investigations under internal affairs. I'm gonna pause there. I have a few more questions, but I think it's really a lot of just clarifying, because if we're moving forward with the data collection, we have delegates who are on the Danette Action Plan, and we have that violence prevention. I'm not sure what other delegate gets on that call, and we have the data call, and so she has as co-chair of the Danette Action Plan. I just want to use this time to help expand our collective goal to get more data so that we can, target some of the areas, and also how we could enhance, public safety and criminal investigation in the future for the next 5 years. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank you, Chair Crotty, for your questions, and then I can contribute to the committee assignments. So talking over with our Office of Legislative Counsel underneath our Title II, Article 5 for Naa'bik'iyati Committee, if you look at Section 711, it does say to review and approve the distribution of funds appropriated or allocated to assist enroll Navajos residing outside the Navajo Nation, to authorize, review, approve, accept any and all contracts, grants, associated budgets with the United States, its departments or agencies for the implementation of the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act as amended upon the recommendation of the Standing Committee, which would be the Law and Order Committee, which has oversight of the division, department, or program applying for the contract or grant. So believe through the Chief Legislative Council, it was through the recommendation for the Law and Order Committee, and then it was assigned to Naa'bik'iyati Committee. But then, talking to Chief Legislative Council, another option, if this Budget and Finance Committee or any of its members or this body wants it referred back to a committee, then that could also take place. So that's just through advisement of our Office of Legislative Counsel. And then for other questions, I'll go back to sponsor, Chair Regina Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Crotty, for all of those questions. In terms of the 164 process, you stated that was in August. It's actually October. So it's October 1st that this was due, and then the 164 shows that it was done in October. What happened was, this is very, from my understanding, the language was fixed up, but it doesn't change the scope of work. And then there was no changes really in anything aside from DOJ making the recommendation or telling us that just the language was fixed up. So you'll see that like a difference between shall and must. And so when the 164 process, when we had the meeting, initially, we got the thumbs up from the Department of Interior at the Tribal Interior Budget Council. It was at that time that we were told that we can have the discussion to possibly, they said possibly, amend the 638 contract. And they asked, what do you want to amend, or what do you want to fix up? At that time, I didn't have very much aside from changes in recognizing the way Navajo Nation law is, and recognizing that we would do things the way that the Navajo Nation law is stating. And then I did talk to them about the increase in the budget for law enforcement pay. And then I also talked to them about, the like how we spend our money. And whether we are required to have to submit a document every time we want to spend, I guess, money on like equipment. At that time, during the Tribal Interior Budget Council, what we were told is, well, submit us what changes you want to change, and we can start the conversation at that point. So I did bring that information back to Director Henderson at a Law and Order Committee meeting, and I shared that information. So at that time, I know law enforcement moved forward in moving their 638 contract forward with some suggested amended changes. Criminal investigation, they actually came before the body in, I want to say it was not long after. I want to say maybe it was like at the end of September. And so after consulting with Department of Justice at the Law and Order Committee meeting, that's when we learned about the changes. So I was the one who walked this 638 contract to OMB. And I did tell them this is a contract, and I told them take however much time you guys need to review it. And then they said, oh, DOJ has already signed off on it. And they said, were there any significant changes? And I said, as far as I know, we just had the LOC meeting, and I did inform them, as far as I know, no. And so they said, is it the same as law enforcement or is it the same as the previous years? And I said, I believe so. I said, there hasn't been any like significant changes to the scope of work as far as I know from the report that we got from the Department of Justice. And I just explained to them that if there are any amendments to the scope of work or to the 638 contract itself, that it would happen here at Naa'bik'iyati. And so they did review it, and then from there it did proceed forward. So I don't really know like about the 164, process and really what the timeline is and how they do all of that. But I did let them know that, the next, I think DOJ at that time had already signed it, and then it was OMB, and then OOC, Office of the Controller. So when OMB texts me to say that it's been signed, it has been reviewed, that they signed off on it, from there, I did take it to Office of the Controller. I picked it up, and then I took it to the Controller's office, and I left it there with the Controller. And then they reviewed it, and then after that, it was completed, and I believe it was Director Leslie who picked up after it was completed, he picked it up and then he took it to Office of Legislative Counsel. So in terms of that process, again, I don't really know, what the extent of the process is and really what the average time frame is. We did have a meeting on this 638 contract at the Law and Order Committee, I guess at a regular Law and Order Committee meeting. We did discuss this contract as well as the contract to law enforcement. So there are some amendments that are being proposed that have not been included in this scope of work. As far as I know, the scope of work, the language has just been cleaned up. So that's in terms of the first question regarding the 164 process. But I'm going to go ahead and turn it over at this time to Director Henderson, who can answer the rest of the questions. Director Henderson, Director Leslie.
Any legal requests basically is addressing not all criminal investigations that requests coming into the Department of Criminal Investigation are criminal. Some are not criminal. However, there are suspicions of perhaps foul play of some sort. Under those circumstances, there are requests for investigation just because of the nature of the circumstances. But when we do the investigations, it turns out that they don't have any criminal elements to it. And that's where that kind of like address that sentence. And the definition of reasonable time is taken into account for our environment here. Sometimes when we're delayed by the weather, whether it's during the winter time or currently the heavy rain and the flooding circumstances, or sometimes there are circumstances where, like the past pandemic with the COVID, taken into those accounts, a reasonable time is dependent on, according to one of the information provided by one of the magistrate judges in one of the federal trials, a reasonable time is dependent on the environment, dependent on the availability of getting either evidence to the crime lab or the transportation of these evidence to the crime lab, or the availability of the technicians that are going to be accepting these evidence into the crime lab. And so reasonable time can be, if it's on a good day, it could be within 24 hours. Reasonable time, depending on the circumstances, if we're delayed by the elements, the weather, or if our transport vehicle is in the shop, or taken into all these account, it could be 5 days. So reasonable time is a clause taken from the federal policies, the federal court procedures. They refer to, they don't have specific days as to when to submit reports, when to submit evidence, when to interview, when to investigate. The only timeline that they make reference to is that clause, reasonable time. And taking that and inserting it into our scope of work is one of the reasons why we put that reasonable time in there. And as far as the AI is in a crime scene situation, we have technology available to where we can purchase equipment that will diagram, that will measure a crime scene, and that will also the policies relating to that are a case-by-case individual circumstance. If we're going to purchase equipment to help us diagram and measure a crime scene, that equipment will come with its own policies and procedures. And then not only a crime scene technology, however, we're also looking at currently the license plate readers and gunshot detectors. And those come with their own policy for its use. So in referencing all this in the scope of work, the scope of work allows, we would like our scope of work to allow us to purchase those kinds of technology to enhance and improve our investigations in criminal investigation here on the Navajo Nation. And they will come with their own policy and their own procedures as to how they are going to be used. And many of these, like take for example the license plate readers, it comes with its policy to where it doesn't infringe on any of the people's Bill of Rights or any of their constitutional rights. It does not include anything like that. When we are putting in place how to control abuse of these AI technology here on the Navajo Nation with the Department of Criminal Investigations. The case file, digitizing case files, yes, there are, we are currently looking to digitize those case files, and many of them have been begun, digitizing of these case files have begun, and it's in the same, it happens concurrently with as the case is being developed. We have hard copies, we have digital copies, and as a matter of fact, when it's all, the case file is all digitized, we can communicate and submit these case files to the U.S. Attorney's Office, providing them a digitized case file. And we do make hard copies available for discoveries in case discoveries are requested by the opposing attorney, the defense counsel. Under those circumstances, we do have, so we have both hard copies and digitized versions of the case file that are concurrently saved and established with all of the districts of the criminal investigation districts. The question about shall be made available, the reports and other agencies. We do have those circumstances where we do have files and case files or lead information that are shared with between agencies, not only federal agencies but state agencies and county agencies and the municipalities around the Navajo Nation, with Gallup or any of these towns around the reservation, and these are informations that are shared between one another, one agency with another. They share their information with us, we share our information with them, and those are done through encrypted circumstances, and they are made also through what we're using in criminal investigation is the Tribal Access Program provided by the US DOJ. And those are encrypted files that we utilize in sharing information between agencies. And we'd like to continue that, and we'd like BIAOJS to support those kinds of software, to allow us to utilize those kinds of software and those kinds of communication utilities, tools to communicate with other agencies. And then the recrimination of the criminal investigation clause, I believe it's addressed by the BIAOJS requires through this contract that we communicate with them anytime there is an internal affairs investigation on any of the criminal investigators or the criminal investigation staff. If there's any kind of internal investigation going on any of our staff, those are internally handled by our own internal affairs investigators, and they don't necessarily we don't necessarily call in the BIA internal affairs to do our internal affairs investigations. And it's just allowing us to continue with doing our own internal affairs investigation with our department through our internal affairs department. So that's if I didn't skip any questions regarding all that, I believe that's those are our response at this point. So hihatla.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Henderson, Director Henderson, and also Chair Regina Charles Newton. And then going next to Vice Chair Slater.
Thanks. This isn't directly related to the financial aspect, but just a couple questions since I don't sit on an LLC and it's an opportunity to ask you. I have an understanding that the patrol officers don't do like any sort of dusting for fingerprints or anything like that, and that's been my personal experience when I've unfortunately had to interact with the police due to my home being broken into and other matters. So I guess if I can just get a further explanation of why that is the case and why it's confined to the CIs, or if there's plans to change that, because I know it is a standard procedure for patrol officers in other jurisdictions. I've also had friends and family members and other people have had police officers, I don't think CIs at this point, but I just want to make sure that we have the highest level of integrity. You know, after they have an interaction with individuals, usually in domestic violence disputes, there are officers who will get in contact with the women via social media afterwards and try to initiate conversations. And I think that that's something that's totally inappropriate. So I hope that either in internal affairs or whatever responsibilities the CIs may have, that that's something that's flagged for your attention. And in the future, I can make further reporting related to it, but I just need to raise that now here. And there are particular officers who are well known for those activities. And then I want to know what the delineation is between the CIs and, say, other public corruption or public integrity units, either at the federal side or within the nation with the white collar crime unit, with the Ethics and Rules Office. Does the CI program exclusively focus on other sorts of criminal activities, or do they participate in those investigations or offer support? You know, is there a hierarchy and triaging of the needs of the nation and how they, you know, work in that? I know in one of the items there related to, you know, personal protection for elected officials, that's prohibited, but it doesn't. It says very specifically that it doesn't preclude investigations of public officials as well. So I just want to get more of an understanding of how the CI program addresses those matters and is integrated both within the nation's public integrity units and then the federal side. And then with respect to data and, say, the DNA action plan and the Naa'bik'iyati program, they have software, and they said, you know, we need additional funding to expand the scope of the software for data collection, and that would include violent crimes and data collection for other criminal activities on the nation. But they withdrew that request for general funds to hold them over and said that they were going to find alternative federal funding sources and that they had located that. And I want to know if, to your knowledge, you have been contacted and informed about what sources and how you're going to be able to integrate into that, because, you know, the digitization and the public facing, and particularly for policymakers, that data being available is important for how we do resource allocation beyond what the federal resources are that are available, you know, under this contract. So I'm just curious if, you know, if there is any connection or communication taking place right now with Naa'bik'iyati on that, on the implementation of the DAP, because if not, I don't want it to hold us back, and I might renew that that funding request for the program if it seems like things aren't moving forward, because, you know, they're waiting for something that isn't going to happen, and particularly with the government shutdown, I don't see any new funding coming to them. So those are my primary questions right now. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. And then follow up by Chair Crotty.
Actually, Speaker, can I defer for the sponsor and agents to answer those questions? I think it'll clarify some of my follow-up.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. And then going back to you, Chair Regina Charles-Newton.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over at this time to my agents so they can answer those questions.
Mr. Slater, the fingerprinting, I think there is a separate responses to any kind of incident where fingerprinting might be latent fingerprint development might be needed. However, the police department, our patrol section, has that preliminary responsibility to respond, and there's nothing in our procedures or nothing in our policy that prohibits them from not doing latent print developments. And I just want to add that they do have that preliminary responsibility to do that. And it might come down to a question of them not having the equipment, them not having the ability to do that latent print development. And in those situations, they certainly have the option of contacting criminal investigation to supply those equipment for them at those times when latent fingerprint developments are needed at a crime scene. And the distinction between patrol and criminal investigation are that patrol do have that preliminary investigative responsibility in any incident that is where a request for service is called into the police department. And if there's anything relating to major crimes that are occurring, then those are when our patrol section relies and calls on the criminal investigation department to come out to the scene to do that investigation for the major crime. And also the domestic violent questions for our patrol section is also there are policies in place, and there are that forms that each commission personnel under the public safety they do review forms to that effect regarding domestic violence, and when they go through that form and they refresh every year, that they are reminded and they sign and date the policies regarding domestic violence as a law enforcement officer here, not only with the Navajo Nation, but within the United States. And then also regarding the question about the white collar, if there is a situation where a major crime is involved, that's when criminal investigations have that responsibility to respond, to investigate. If there's any kind of a major crime involved, the Major Crimes Act has a list of the major crimes that criminal investigators respond to. And whenever that Major Crimes Act is in violation by any individual here on the Navajo Nation, criminal investigators respond to those, whether it's involving a high dollar amount of larceny cases or a high dollar amount of any theft that involves federal funds, by involving anybody, to include chapter officials, to include the legislative body, to include the president's office. If there's a large money that's involved, then our criminal investigators can definitely get involved in those cases. And of course, those cases are jointly investigated with the FBI, the white collar unit, and the fraud unit with the FBI. So under those circumstances, if it involves any kind of a major crime, then our criminal investigators can get involved. If it doesn't fall under the Major Crimes Act, then it goes to the white collar investigators, wherever the jurisdiction lies with that incident. So that's kind of like how it works. And the data with DAP, the Data Action Plan, and the Epicenter. What we discussed from public safety with the Epicenter through the Data Action Plan is that criminal investigation has, first of all, the overall concept of working with the epicenter is that the current situation now is that we provide data from the Navajo Nation, crime data, to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, OJS, Office of Justice Service. And those crime rates are shared with BIA OJS on a monthly basis. And BIA OJS shares that crime data with the FBI, and that's what's included in the National Crime Information Center. And then, however, that data information is not retained here on the Navajo Nation. That goes out to BIA and that goes out to the FBI. So the idea now is that in working with Epicenter is that we want Navajo Nation data to remain on the Navajo Nation. That data is ours, and we should own it, rather than giving it up to the federal government, rather than giving it up to other agencies. Navajo Nation should have maintained those data here on the Navajo Nation. So now we're working with the Epicenter to tell them that we're looking for a data hub, a repository where all these Navajo Nation crime data can be maintained on the Navajo Nation. And the Epicenter seems to be a good choice to house these crime rates from the Navajo Nation. So now, the first thing we did is, from criminal investigation, is we shared the mortality rate, because criminal investigation, not only, as earlier as I made reference to, is that not all cases end up in federal court or tribal courts. A lot of the investigation responsibility that criminal investigation does is death investigation, natural cause death, accidental death, suicide, these kinds of death that don't involve crime. There is a lot of death investigation that the criminal investigation department gets involved in to investigate. Those mortality rate from our investigation we shared with the Epicenter to house it here on Navajo. So that's where we started from. Now we intend to do the same thing through the action plan with violence, because violence is one of those monsters identified in the action plan. So criminal investigation has data to put out there, and to looking for, like I said, a place, a repository for all this information. Now, the idea of centralizing all this data here on Navajo is so that the rest of our tribal programs can have access to that data, from our health department, from our mental health department, from all the other programs that the Department of Transportation, and all the other programs that may find a need to find the data that's happening here on the Navajo Nation, that can be made available to them through the EPI program when we have all these established and when we have all the agreements in place to share for our Epicenter to be the place for all the programs to go, even with the our legislative body, with council, or even with the president's office. Whoever's looking for data relating to public safety, they can just go to one place, which will be the Epicenter, to retrieve those information, rather than trying to get them back from IHS, rather than trying to get them back from BIA, or rather than trying to get them back from the FBI, or because when we share our data with these outside agencies, with these entities, they don't, we give them data, but when we ask them for the data, they don't want to give it back. They don't want to share it back. It's our data, but they don't want to give it back to us. And that's one of the problems that we're addressing with like I said, having a repository here on Navajo so that we can own our own numbers. So that would be my response at this point. So, yeah.
Chair Regina Charleston, does that complete your responses?
Yes, it does. We stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go back to Chair Crotty, follow-up.
Okay, appreciate it. So I'll go back to section 101C. That's where I ended. Thank you. So it sounds like, but before I do that, so it sounds like for number 6, in this provision, so external funds cannot be used for internal investigations, is my understanding from that comment regarding recriminalization. And that's pretty similar with what we saw with the public safety contract and Office of the Prosecutor. So if you could just concur that external funds are not allowed for the internal investigation, that'll be helpful to know. And what is Navajo, going into this contract, the Navajo Nation's obligation would be to fully fund the internal affairs of those programs. So going back to 101C, there's still a lot of reasonable time. I would want to ask in terms of your data, beyond crime data, if you, in your reports, actually give some information about serving subpoenas and what that looks like. Again, another reasonable time. Before, it used to be to the appropriate AOTR. I'm not sure what that is, but if you could just help me understand where that information is provided. On D, section 101D, let's go down to 4. So evidence collected at a crime scene must be properly packaged, preserved, and submitted to the FBI laboratory or another laboratory as soon as reasonably possible. What I don't understand here is if it's allowed in your statement of work, why is there still some confusion on processing evidence? And we've been asking for multiple years for a rape kit inventory for Navajo Nation and the status of all of those rape kits that have not been processed. If I could get the help of the oversight to continue to keep the program accountable, since this is part of they could use federal funds to help enhance this section, and we could get a very robust evidence internal system so that we know when, because what I'm hearing from the providers who provide the rape kit to the victim, they rarely are ever called into court to testify. And so they're concerned, and we've, in working with our criminal investigators, help us understand what are we missing here to make sure that these cases are either move forward at the federal level through FBI or now with our Office of the Prosecutor. I do want to ask a clarifying question on D5 regarding the release of evidence. If you could just help me with the citation for Navajo Nation law or your internal policies and procedures, that would be great. You don't have to give it to me now if you don't know offhand. I'd just like to have that information for our data collecting team. I'm going to go down to E, like Edward, the interaction with state attorneys and federal agencies. In 3, in your new language, it does say, it actually gives a date. It actually gives that the declination letters must be sent to the contractor no later than 7 days following the telephonic declination. That would be my recommendation for all of these other reasonable times. We should have a better idea, like within a certain amount of date, so that we understand what are the challenges. We have this ongoing issue again with FBI, with one of the declined declination. I'm trying to get out the amendments for Title 17 so that our statute of limitation, right, can be increased. But if we're not getting that information back from our federal partners, we literally have murderers walking around Navajo Nation. And, the feds declined, the statute of limitation has run out on Navajo Nation, and it's terrible to know that that's because of a policy and law issue. So if we could have just better data and getting a better sense of when you're getting these declination, we'll continue to support the Office of the Prosecutor's Major Crime Unit. Like, what is this internal database that you guys can, whether it's Justware, Cody, I can't remember what CI uses, but how do we get you all on the same page to at least have some accountability and at what steps these cases move forward? I wanted to go to E6. So this regards juveniles accused of committing federal criminal offenses. I want to understand the dynamic. So FBI will decline or does not investigate certain sexual assault cases of minors. And so I want to know specifically how then does Navajo Nation criminal investigators, through this statement of work, investigate those cases. I don't want to misquote, but my understanding is, I think it's any cases between juveniles, I think, is it 12 to 16 maybe, or something, if they're both juveniles. Help me understand that provision, because I would need the help of the oversight to shore that up, because when we talk with our schools, and actually Delegate Dr. Andy Nez had created a report for the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee about the type of sexual assault cases that are happening in our schools. And they're reported, but it goes to like BIE. We need to connect the dots so that our children are safe at school. I think as a parent, my mind was blown knowing that there was sexual assault, rape happening in our schools, and these cases weren't prosecuted, and now these children are traumatized, and now they're trying to handle that misjustice. And a lot of times that's what goes into the realm of turning to substance abuse, turning to other types of substances to help heal that pain. And then I'm gonna pause at number 8. So anytime you say, this is release of information to media, this is where the tribal community response plan would also be great. So Tati, if you're listening, the media part. So when you say criminal investigation, should I just assume that's also the CI? And then the contractor must comply with applicable Navajo Nation, federal, state, county, and municipal laws and internal rules and regulations. This is why it's so important that we need to have a clear understanding of what information is going to be provided to the media. And that's why you'll hear me every week continue to ask your team, what are your internal rules and regulations? I know Deputy Williams at our last 3 meetings talked about Navajo Nation privacy laws, but we've demonstrated that there's a public need to have information released. Not saying, there's ways that we've seen other law enforcement agencies release information that sounds like a best practice that we would want Navajo Nation to incorporate. So I want to move back on that. I'm going to continue to pressure that. If I could get the oversight, bringing up these issues, just to echo what we're talking about at the task force. You're always welcome to join us at the database meetings, and I appreciate that the oversight has received an updated report from Navajo Technical University on the database. But these are areas that we need to flesh out, because I need to know if the external funding allows these types of activities, then the expectation is then you're going to maximize your external funds to meet the needs of our community members to implement. And I'll pause there, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. And then going next to Delegate Lester Yazzie.
Madam Speaker, again, thank you, Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, for this legislation bringing it forward to that's allow Nakano Ajdon Hitnausnege, in the Director Henderson, she ya touchy ni slot last chi bash chin ko she sikis ya take hodo ni hit na hol now ka honza hol just a good din I did kidige hodo sage e ya abaliganic echoge. I'm going to go ahead and refer to your statement of work, section 101E 80. And I do appreciate that it looks like we are expediting the reporting process from 5 days to 48 hours. So that's a positive thing for our communities. But my question is, in section E3, some of these cases involving known subjects initially decline from federal prosecution, and that question also ties into number 4, when federal prosecution is declined. When in that case, we always, me personally, I always felt that violent crimes or felony crimes committed on Indian country was referred to the federal level. But in this case, if they're being declined, do we have those facilities to detain these individuals that may be charged with felony, felony court cases or charges? So yeah. And my second, the other question is just that it kind of it's self-explanatory. Section 106, uniforms and equipment. And under uniforms, I was thinking, why would we not ask our the funding for uniforms? But I understand this is for criminal investigators, so they might be plainclothes officers. So do in that here don't hit the dish need na don't lay she ya nanjo do shada ajo ya hastrago tratnas na libikit and she do den ya nik edon hatchen so loud and lenigate jindo clay in the nik that is in ko yat ya a hitting day in the store or he wins and hot oya ni nanish innocent ko hot oya naidish. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield the floor back.
Thank you, Delegate Yazzie. Then going back to sponsor, Chair Regina Charles-Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to address the questions relating to the oversight and the assistance that I guess that we can offer with getting information moving forward. So in terms of the release of information, I'm glad that you have also been asking those questions because at Law and Order Committee, we have been requesting that, and I think we may have even done a directive, I'll have to go back and check, but I don't know if you guys are aware, the San Juan County Detention, it's on Facebook. Every time there is an arrest, you see the mugshot of the individual along with what they're arrested for, and there's like a little note that says, they're all innocent until proven guilty, and it's just, got some information. We wanted something similar to that here on Navajo. Whenever a person is arrested, to have, because it seems like it's just a simple thing. According to San Juan County Detention Center, they just take a picture and then they post it on their Facebook page. And so we were moving towards getting something like that done. However, Department of Justice interfered and said, nope, you can't do that because of the Navajo Nation privacy law. We argued that technically those types of cases dealing with criminal acts are technically public information and should be shared as a means of, protecting the community and letting them know, who has been arrested and for what reason. Unfortunately, we were, as we all have experience with Department of Justice, we were told, no, you can't do that. So that, it just it put a stop to that. So we were told that we'd have to amend that part of the Navajo Nation privacy law to include that any information that is deemed, I think what they said was public, like basically the public could be harmed, then that information should be released. And so we started working on that. but we kind of paused. But I mean, getting some assistance on that would be great. We also, we use the fact that right now, we do have the sex offenders website, which gives the same information, but focuses on Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 sex offenders. But they didn't, Department of Justice didn't see the, I guess, how they're the same. The other thing that we also tried to do is, and I brought this up, the Navajo Times used to, many years ago, they used to report on those individuals who have outstanding warrants. And they would publish that the names of the individuals with the outstanding warrants. And they would also include in that amnesty days, allowing the person who has a warrant to take care of their warrant. That warrant was through the Navajo Nation, the state, the county, or even federal warrants as well. However, Department of Justice also came back and said, no, you can't do that because of the privacy laws. We do have within the reports that Law and Order Committee did receive is that there are hundreds of warrants right now that are sitting there. The courts have not moved on them because we don't have enough police officers to serve these warrants or to look for these individuals, which is why we started working on, trying to do an amnesty day. But because you can't publish it in the newspaper, you can't basically publish it out there because of the privacy laws, it made it very difficult for Law and Order Committee to say, okay, we want these warrants all addressed. Because I don't know how else we can address these warrants if people don't know they have warrants out on their arrest. So in terms of that, Delegate Crotty, I can say that we are trying to address that part because we think that this is going to help in a lot of ways, especially when it comes to individuals who are habitual offenders who are continuing to break the laws, that this might be something that would prevent them, hopefully, from moving forward to prevent more laws. And then I think you also asked about the rape kit. So we did get a report. I want to say it was back in 2023. We did invite the FBI and the AUSA. We had I want to say it was like a 3-day orientation at Twin Arrows where we did get information, and then that process in which rape kits are sent, but they're sent to Quantico, as you know. And there was a backlog at Quantico regarding the rape kits. And unfortunately, I think what made me very upset is sometimes by the time Quantico got to the rape kits, they were outside of the statute of limitations, which prevented law enforcement and prosecutor's office to move forward to bring cases against the individual. But a lot of it was just because of the fact that federal prosecution for rape here on the Navajo Nation, because it's federal laws, that they get sent to Quantico. Whereas sometimes states, they do contract with state, they have contracts with state and county laboratories that can actually move a little bit faster with the rape kits. But as far as I know, there's not very much that we can do to direct some of the rape kits to the state and to county level. We have to go to Quantico for that. So that was a report that we received at that time. And you're right, it is like a confusing, I guess, the process in terms of the way the evidence is collected. But because we are on federal lands, and I think it's 18 USC 1181, was that 1181 for major crimes? Malcolm? 1153. That requires us to have to abide by the federal laws and regulations and the way that things are handled. And then the last thing that I will state in terms of, so those are the two questions that I got in terms of the oversight. But for Delegate Lester Yazzi's questions regarding the declination of cases, we are collecting that data, and we know that from 2016 to 2024, there were a total of 525 cases that were declined for federal prosecution. 315 that were from Arizona, 171 from New Mexico, and then 39 from Utah. There were 172 child sexual assault or abuse of children that were declined for federal prosecution, and then 116 for assault, which included aggravated assault resulting in serious bodily injury with a deadly or dangerous weapon. And this is information that we are collecting. 106 were homicide. So what has been occurring is criminal investigation gets called in, they package the case, they do their investigation, they put all the paperwork together, they send it to FBI for investigation or AUSA for prosecution. AUSA then determines whether they're going to take the case or not. But of that, 205 of those cases that were declined, the U.S. Attorney's Office stated that there was insufficient confidence in the likelihood of a conviction. So what we learned from AUSA is a lot of the U.S. federal prosecutors who start off in Indian country do it as a stepping stone to get to where they want to get to. So in the legal world, the number of cases that you win actually is a reflection of the type of lawyer that you are, a litigator. So lawyers want cases that they're going to win. And so with our U.S. Attorney's Office right now, with 205 who felt that there was insufficiently confidence in the likelihood of conviction, means that they didn't feel that they would be able to win the cases, even to do a plea deal, which is really unfortunate. We have brought this issue to the U.S. Department of Justice, and we've talked about how, we can no longer be the stepping stone. Unfortunately, we don't have enough people who are applying for these federal positions, prosecutor positions, to want to stay in Indian country, to actually move forward with cases and deliver justice to our Navajo or to our people across Indian country. So it's really unfortunate that those are the reasons, but that's the information that's being collected right now by our prosecutor's office, which has been shared with the oversight, and it's information that we're collecting to share when we go and we have our visits with DC and to talk about how we can change that. So right now, I know, and I did see that they are actually advertising for a federal prosecutor in Indian country, specifically for Navajo, and they're hoping that they'll be able to get somebody who's going to want to be in that position for a long period of time. But in most cases, we're not seeing that. So it's really unfortunate, but that's really what we're seeing in terms of the cases that are being referred for federal prosecution. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over now to Director Henderson, who can answer the rest of the questions that have been posed to him. Director Henderson?
Yeah, you had the questions about the internal investigations and that fundings are in questions of if they are being used internally or not. I think that the way the internal investigations instructions and guidelines for our department is one is we can have our internal affairs department do an internal investigation. And the second thing is one of the internal affairs policy is that if the department is able to do their own internal affairs investigation, then their policy says that the department can do their own internal affairs investigation. So the fundings that are going towards internal affairs investigation, whether it's done by the department itself or if it's done by internal affairs department, they're both funded positions under the 638. So fundings are used to address internal affairs investigations for both patrol and for criminal investigations. And then again, the reasonable time clause, majority throughout the statement of work initially drafted, reasonable time is one of the languages that has always been there, and that is based on again the statement of work initially when it was created for Navajo was basically a copy of the statement of work of the Department or Criminal Investigations under the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Office of Justice Service. So it looks like the only thing that was done was taking the Bureau of Indian Affairs investigation, OJS's policy for criminal investigation, and transferred over to the statement of work for the Navajo Department of Criminal Investigation. So when we're going through it, many of the languages, like the reasonable time, was there to reflect the policies of either BIA, OJS, or the federal court procedures that is used in criminal investigations at the federal level. So that's where these most of the reasonable time clause are coming from. And the question about the AOTR, the area office, initially, again, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Office of Justice Service, criminal investigators under BIA, OJS, law enforcement, reports all these subpoenas that are not served to their area office. I forget what the TR stood for. However, any time that the federal subpoenas are not served by the BIA, OJS criminal investigators, they are reported according to their directives to the area office for tracking on their purposes. However, when current practices with Navajo criminal investigations, Navajo criminal investigation has never been able to submit any information of subpoenas not being served to BIA's area office for tracking. So again, it's not in black and white, but when questions like these come up with area of trust responsibility. So when questions like these we pose to the BIA, OJS when they come out for their review on an annual basis, we ask them, okay, what is this? What should we be doing to comply with our statement of work on this clause? And verbally, their response is always like, well, that's what we have our criminal investigators doing over there. But over here with Navajo, I'm not sure why that is in their responses. So, and then the follow-up question would be, so should we be reporting this to the AOTR? And their response is that, well, it's not a part of our audit If you're not doing it, then it's not a part of our audit to say you should be or you shouldn't be. So that's kind of like why we just struck it, and because it sounded like it wasn't applicable. So that's why we struck it out. Now the policy on D5 question, the releasing of evidence or other records in pending federal, state, county, municipal, and tribal criminal cases must be governed by the Navajo Nation laws and other applicable internal policies and procedures. And the reason why we took out the Rule 16 of the Federal Rules and Criminal Procedure and to be the sole method of federal criminal case discovery is, again, going back to Rule 16E of the Federal Rules and Criminal Procedures is not applicable to tribal cases, cases being tried at the tribal level. And also that Rule 6 is not or 16 is not applicable to when we get involved in state cases where we're presenting a case to the DA's office or the magistrate over there with the county or the state. And then sometimes we end up presenting cases to the counties, like in Gallup or out in Holbrook or for Navajo County and these other counties. So depending on the jurisdiction we end up in, Rule 16 does not always apply, so that's why we struck that out. And now we're just using Navajo Nation laws and other applicable internal policies and procedures. So criminal investigation does have their policies and procedures that address how to handle releasing of evidence by the department, criminal investigators. It does have its covered by its internal policies and procedures. So that's why we just left it. We just added that the clause in that paragraph. And then on to the 7 days at the E3. And we did have a good discussion amongst all of us in the department and also with our legals at the Department of Justice in coming up with this 7 days, which is a contractor no later than 7 days clause following the telephonic declination. So 7 days we figured was a good timeline to respond to these telephonic declinations, for the U.S. attorneys to respond back to us saying that, hey, we discussed this over the phone and we find it that the information so far is just like our LOC chairwoman has stated, insufficient confidence in the likelihood of a conviction. So we wanted to have that. We want to have that in writing and from them, so that we have an official declination as opposed to just speaking about it over the telephone. And we figured that 7 days for them to respond to us in writing after a telephonic conversation would be sufficient enough time for them to, and they don't have any environmental complications that we have here on the reservation. They have all the technologies and all the availability of how they're going to respond to us electronically, providing them 7 days to respond. We figured that was a good round number of time, a sufficient amount of time for them to respond. For the at number 6 on the juvenile incident, and those again are also policies of the schools, if it happens at a school, the school has its policies. They have their own internal policies as to how we respond to even just to interview the individual. Their policies vary from school to school and what district they're in. So we got to abide by, we got to honor their policy as to what their policy says in dealing with interviewing children at the school when the incidents are reported by the school, by the students to the school counselor or to the school faculty. And we got to abide by their policy if we're going to go into their school and do criminal investigations, following up with interviews. And then we also have to respect the families, the mom, the father, or whoever the guardian is, whatever their wishes are. And we definitely don't want to re-traumatize a student at that young age. And if we have to schedule a forensic interview to avoid that, re-traumatizing and being trauma-informed, doing a trauma-informed investigation, and that's probably the best practice that we're gonna implement, depending on the circumstances, the urgency of the situation as well. If there's any kind of exigent circumstances, of course, that will also dictate as to how we're going to proceed in getting the information that we need to address the exigency of the circumstances that the juvenile might be facing or involved in. Which is why we have various policies and procedures that our contract needs to respect, and that BIA OJS needs to be aware of. That is kind of unique to our reservation on the way we handle our juveniles and our children. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, those are the questions that I needed to respond to. So, Ahat Nana.
Chair Regina Charles-Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. And the last thing, I know that there was a question regarding the funds that are currently in. The question was basically, if there's this much federal funds available, then why does CI keep coming back for general funds? And really, the bottom line is we have had such a hard time with OMB. BIA has told Navajo on several occasions that the funding per the annual funding agreement, which is covered in this contract, when those funds are released to Navajo, that you have to abide by the scope of work which is created by Navajo. So a lot of the questions that you're asking Delegate Crotty about the services, if they're covered in the scope of work per BIA Office of Justice Services, we can use those funds and we can move money around. Now, when we were told that, we took that information back to OMB, and OMB said no. We want a letter from BIA stating that yes, you can use those monies for stuff that I guess that you want to use it for. So, like for instance, this happened with the vacant positions that law enforcement, the patrol units. I know we're talking about CI, but this is really a good example. So law enforcement, under Jesse Delmar, when we traveled to Washington, D.C., he said, we have a lot of vacant positions. We want to take that money that's left over, and we want to give bonuses. We want to give, retention bonuses for individuals. Maybe if they've been employed for 5 years, we want to give them a bonus. 10 years as law enforcement, we want to give them a bonus. And so we took that to BIA OJS. BIA OJS gave us their blessings, and they said, it's your money, it's in personnel. If that's what you want to do, to use those funds, that's something that's fine, you can do that. If it's, as long as it's covered in your scope of work. And so we were excited about it. We took that information back. Jesse Delmar started working on making sure that that happened, but then OMB stopped the process and they said, no. We need a letter from BIA saying that you guys are allowed to give bonuses. Anybody who's ever worked with Department of Interior or BIA knows that they work at a snail's pace. So we made the request to have that letter or that memo. BIA came back and said, we're not going to give you guys a memo. I mean, that really is your money. As long as it's within personnel, we've already had this meeting. We gave you guys our blessing so you can do it. So we kind of went back and forth between BIA, OJS, and OMB. Finally, I believe that BIA finally wrote, like, I think it was an email to say, yes, we gave them permission to do that. And then that's how law enforcement was able to use some of their vacant money for personnel to be used for bonuses. And so we run into that issue a lot with OMB. And as Budget and Finance knows, there's that term, first in, first out. So any funds that are awarded to Navajo Nation, let's say in 2019, those funds have to be used first before you can use the next set of money. But the problem is they want, let's say you have a contract for $1 million and in 2019 you have $6,000 left. Even though you're applying that $6,000 towards that $1 million that you want to use for, let's say, equipment, per OMB, that $6,000 first has to be used. You can't apply it to that $1 million contract. So we were going in circles with OMB, and we requested several times to Budget and Finance, can we sit down with you guys? Because OMB is giving us a hard time when it comes to both law enforcement, detention, and CI using their funds that we're seeing right now as available balances. OMB is making it very difficult for them to spend that money. We never got a response back from Budget and Finance. We have been trying. We did the same thing with RDC on several issues. We've, of course, with everybody's schedule, it's really hard to find that time. So we finally, in February, sat down with OMB and with Office of the Controller to say, how do we spend this money, these available balances? So exactly what you're saying, Delegate Crotty. We have a need out there. We have money that we're sitting on. How can we spend this money? How can we help CI spend this money? How can we help law enforcement spend this money? And so we came up with somewhat of an agreement. But it really wasn't an agreement. It was just kind of we have to take it back. We're not really sure. We have to get permission. We have to see how this works. What was his name? The OMB guy. Dominic Bial is not here, so we have to get permission from him. And so we wind up, just kind of starting back where we started. And that's where I think we were a little bit frustrated in the way that OMB was responding to Law and Order Committee. And so we called another leadership meeting, and thankfully Chair Parrish sat through that leadership meeting with us along with Controller McCabe, and they came up with a plan to address these issues dealing with the funds that are left over. And so right now, I will say with criminal investigations, there is $7 million that's available right now, but there's some funding left over from 2025, which is the end of this year, the funding. So when they get their 638 contract, it gets divided into 5 years. So my understanding is once those funds are awarded, BIA takes off the top for their administrative support or whatever it is that they're saying that they need to take off the top from. Whatever is left over comes to Navajo Nation, and then that gets divided into 5 years. And then they have they got their pot. So money will be going to their operations, money will be going to their staff, not staff, what do you call it? Their personnel. And be mindful that they have to predict So they have to say, this is how much is going to be divided into those 5 years. Right now, the 7 million, as we were told last week at Budget and Finance, the final, I guess the expenditures haven't been reported yet, so we don't really know if the 7 million is actually what is left. But just know that we have been asking at Law and Order Committee whether we can tap into those funds, to use those funds for replacement of equipment. I know Delegate Claw, you did talk about Chinle and the vehicles. So law enforcement has been asking to use the remaining funds to purchase new vehicles. And they are trying to work on that, but again, we fall back to OMB giving us a hard time in trying to move these money forward. And I say us because at Law and Order Committee, we have called OMB 3 times. The first time they didn't show. The other 2 times they did show, and so hopefully, well, it's going to be kind of hard because McCabe had a plan. Sean McCabe had a plan. And now with everything that's happening, I don't know if we're going to be able to move forward, but just know that we have submitted requests to BIA for the replacement of new facilities, and we recently met on that. I want to say, was it 2 or 3 weeks ago, Director Leslie, with BIA when we talked about the vehicle replacement. So that's going to hopefully be coming. But with the federal shutdown, I don't know how much longer that's going to be and where they're at in the process. But just please know that we are, as a committee, we are trying to help our divisions and departments to spend down this money. And the plan, the reason why we started in February was the plan was if we can use this money, then we don't have to go to general funds and request for unmet needs. But that didn't happen. We kind of got stuck. So I just want this committee to know that I think we are the only committee that has started looking at these funds and started like our little Christmas list, wish list, and asking CI, law enforcement, and detention where those funds could be used if allowed by OMB. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for those responses. And I'll go first next to Delegate Toth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do koro not aning glini Naa'bik'iyati committee. Okoro since Australia nil hat anhinit isischen bottleneck. I started with law enforcement back in 1975. Those time we have the investigator at 5 agency. When we're called to the scene, we do protect the scene, and when we call the CI, within no time, CI will respond to this crime scene and investigate. If they conclude their investigation, then they go talk to BIA, law enforcement. There was no red tape involved then. We have our conviction. That's the way it was in our days. Today, we complicate it. So the reason why I'm saying that we're bottleneck is this criminal investigator went to training, certified. They can do the same thing as FBI. That confidence I have. We need to get away. 638 needs to have their own law enforcement. Get away from the tribe. It is such a base on this. Look at Rima. How did they investigate their crime? That's the direction that we should have. Look at the tribes holding up all the funding. It shouldn't be like that. While the parents are, they're suffering. I want the conviction. I want this person to be arrested. I know. So, to me, We complicate everything. It shouldn't be like that. Why we always say federal has to say this, federal told us to do this. It shouldn't be like that. I'm very disappointed in federal government. We should have our own policy, procedures, plan of operation that we operate. All they have to do is to assist us. It's not happening. Federal government nan hinka to an hito kon peso OMP bah hota. So I'm glad finally that this body is talking about law enforcement and criminal investigation section. We don't have MI. We don't have laboratories. All this evidence has to go outside. It costs money. The result comes in sometime they're just pending. And here the people are waiting for the result. So to me, this criminal investigation law enforcement needs to get away from the tribe. That's the hang up right there. And we can stand up to the federal, this is the way we want to work. This is the way we want to prosecute. FBI don't come out and investigate the whole scene. You know who does that? Navajo Nation Criminal Investigator. They're the first one out there. So that's where the biggest problem. So my recommendation, whoever the chief is, even the director needs to look way beyond, not come to the tribe. Look at our criminal justice system needs to be reevaluate the whole thing. Jo binde tio, jo naskao. What are some of the problems that we run into? Are we the problem? Are kodo recommendation hits iliyayat onelmas. If we need to amend, we should do it now. Ero died obe laosli khadata. Do hot arnaz and so you bring back to this body and it can't be changed. Kadero b'chena na an he eat indo. Shiga hot this case. I spent like 29 years, like I said. I know these investigators, they go Florida to attend this training. They come back as certified. And they don't have money too. They don't even have a space, evidence room. Look at the building right there, police departments, condemn ya. Akwa eki, e action. Hardest deal at. If you want CI, you have to call up here and they can go to east, west, all four directions, to my understanding. So, like I said, FBI don't come out, do the initial investigation. U.S. Attorney, they don't want to handle our case. We should handle. One time back in 70 or 80, we wanted to change the Navajo Nation Criminal Code. Have the Navajo police investigate major crimes. It didn't went through because of what? Federal said no. That 638 needs to get away from this body or the tribe and have their own police department. aja indil choido na nilkla. So the only to honan shichil ni to ada hot trajji ya ba ko zinzin la. She hot shilna hashish. When there's crime committed, the officer gets to the scene, then observe the scene. We'll call the CI, they'll be on call after hours. I have never seen a criminal office in agency, criminal section, I mean. Some way, somehow we can get out of this red tape while the parents are, suffering. Yeah. She question what does she dini? She dahanda ka. Kwen khana al karne siaj e uslahashne. We can't release the information, still pending. How can I get to it? Jotan. Ako kodebez anid obik inanit eno kujin hin ki family yet kitahoni. Ide ya beatesse. Aro here she cannot senigi. Hinan shitah. Basically, no kate or equipment they no kate. Ako ikait ahst edilgin. Kait ejo kate nadika. Ako hot on habans this case. If you go out into the field 24/7, you have to be on call, like we did in my days. Naso her family abajiona. Hot on each other had to scale here now. I wouldn't have no problem. They could, because on it over na itlo, which on the obe aneka. We shouldn't be like that. So I corona not ani no slenningi banso case. Criminal investigator Mr. Henderson, law enforcement, Mr. Silversmith, chief of police. What is his goal? I like to see it. So I thought and inside the police department, what's going on? So I know what I'm talking about. I was a supervisor, instructor, and I trained some of these officers. Some are good officers. Akot raban this case koto hait lis abata hazen shinte. Ire yabe this Madam Speaker, we should just go ahead and approve. We need to, it's your vote, If you want to make some change, bring this proposal or legislation back to the floor. Then we can move on. Kotela, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Toth. And then going back to follow-up questions, Chair Crotty?
Yes, I do have an amendment. I just need to get confirmation if that's been received. Well, according to DOJ, we never unwind what happened in the past, so that's why we should probably stop doing audits and litigation if we never look at what happened in the past.
So Mariana does have the original draft, so she's correcting it or editing it, that amendment. Yeah. Mariana? She said about 5 minutes. Okay, Chair Crotty, follow-up?
Thank you. I want to, so that amendment did go out. I don't know the internal process on how it's done, but I was hoping it would be ready by now. So what I'm going to do is there's a lot of follow-up, but I want to stick to what I see. My amendment is going to focus, colleagues, you could start looking at section 101D, that language that is struck out at 4. So to bring that evidence shall be submitted to a laboratory no later than 5 days after it's collected. I understand the challenges of rural lawmaking, but we do need to have dates and timelines. I'm not sure how much experience or what is being conveyed to delegates when it comes to Navajo Nation processing evidence. My hope that my experience was an anomaly, but it took 8 years for the Navajo Nation criminal investigators to submit and get results on evidence that impacted one of our missing person cases. So I appreciate that that's been corrected, but that's why we need some timelines and accountability so that there's not a lackadaisical response when evidence has to be processed. Because in my reading, although you could say Quantico has a backlog, you're well aware that we're doing DNA forensics from Texas, University of Texas. And so according to your contract, you can go to other laboratories beyond Quantico. So I appreciate that you're new to the position, Director Henderson, but my expectation is someone is monitoring that flow of evidence. And if there's a backflow, then there's going to be working with your oversight or this committee, however, to fix that issue because of the statute of limitations, because of the type of crime that we're seeing on Navajo Nation. And what's challenging is our capacity as leadership. I'm not sure if we have a delegate on the floor that is specifically looking at child sex assault cases. Because we need help. I'm going to say that again. Our children need help. AUSA has reported time and time again that as crimes stabilize across Navajo Nation, you'll see some peaks and decreases. When it comes to child sex assault cases, there's a steady increase. That means no matter all of the different programs that we fund and all of this money, our children are still being targeted and they're still being victimized. So what is the accountability of Navajo Nation? And if there's a school policy that's interfering with that process, we need to re-examine that. We've had conversations with BIA. What are you doing with your scan reports? What are you doing when an advocate or someone goes and gets an exam? And we know for children, let me tell you, touring the New Mexico Sexual Assault Services office in Farmington was heartbreaking to know that one of their rooms is dedicated to our children. Because that's how many cases they see. We don't have child advocacy centers here on Navajo Nation. I mean, to go into a room and to see it, it looked like a pediatric ward, but it was set up so that our children feel comfortable when they have to go through a sexual assault examination. So there has to be something that's done in terms of accountability moving forward with this contract, because it looks like this contract allows CIs to modernize your system and to be able to have internal protocols to see if the feds are not going to prosecute, then what can we do here with our chief prosecutor? So I'm going to request an amendment to restore that language, that it should at least be submitted to the laboratory no later than 5 calendar days. You know, even if there's muddy roads, a blizzard, I think it's reasonable to get evidence sent over to the laboratory. The other amendment that I requested, if I could remember, there's just a little typo. You have 2 Gs. That's just a little technical typo, because it's just the way I write my notes. But I did want to say, okay, we talked about the juveniles. There's one more thing that I put in my amendment. Just to give you a heads up. I do want to commend CI because we had to change this. Oh, yes. Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you. On F, and the Office of the Prosecutor, thank you, that is it. On F, because you're now saying instead of assisting, you're going to establish victim advocates. So we've been successful in working with Utah Navajo Health Service and Northern Arizona Victim Witness Services to provide stable advocacy. I just want to caution, as you want to establish this role, it has happened, in my understanding, in the past. But when you get political shenanigans, then the advocates are not supported. We've seen that at social services. We've seen that in other entities. So if you're going to move forward from assisting and now establishing, I would want to continue to have this ongoing dialogue on what that looks like, because they will also be accountable. So in my amendment, I'm going to remove "and prosecution," because currently the Office of the Prosecutor has victim advocates. And I think at this point, if we're contracting, then we should see, we just need to make sure that the services that we're providing are in line with what's going on now. So those are my only 2 minor amendments. But I just wanted to give you a heads up because that's what they're finalizing. And if we need to go back to the school policies, because you know, there are national, see, I don't know what delegate's working on this. The National Indian Children's Commission has a series, you know, they came out to Delegate Danny Simpson's area there at Zithno Dithley School. And so there's all of these recommendations to tribal nations to protect their children. And so we are amending the children's code, but we need the support of the council, like, to get these things here. We need the children's code here today to amend. We need the vulnerable adult code here today to act. And so, you know, it takes so much time with all of these folks who are trying to amend the code, but they don't see that our relatives every day are being victimized. Like, how many calls of service, how many calls of investigation? And so there has to be this real urgency. I mean, I'm looking around. Public safety is one of the top 4 priorities of the people. That, no doubt about it. The public hearing said public safety. You go to a chapter meeting, there all kinds of issues. So, Speaker, I'm going to ask, as chair of this committee, I chair the Missing and Murdered Danette Task Force under this committee. I need your help in leadership to get the council to prioritize, in this committee, to prioritize these needs. It's our most vulnerable that have no voice here. They're not even old enough to vote for us. But we have to do everything in our power to make sure that they're protected. And when someone harms our children, they literally tear their little bodies apart. So what is our responsibility? When we see that relative in rough condition walking down the road, I don't think to myself, there goes another one. I think, what happened to them? Why didn't one of our programs help them? Why didn't someone protect them? Why didn't we provide the resources that they need to live the life that they deserve? But it has to be a coordinated effort, because when everything's a priority, nothing is. And so I need those Title 17 amendments to be done at Office of Legislative Counsel. We need to move them forward. We need to get that tribal community response plan. We need to get it forward. We need to get these laws done, because as lawmakers, I appreciate that Chair Charles Noon is asking, Budget and Finance, help us with OMB. That's an executive function. As a delegate, we just received a 65 decrease in our income, our livelihoods, our assistants were vetoed. And then across the street, an executive function, 6 figures. What are they doing to help this situation? Who is helping Division of Public Safety sit down with OMB? They're all executive. But yet we get this memo from DOJ, as legislative, you stay over there. Well, what happens when executive doesn't do their duty? What happens when there's this constant failure in the executive system? Our people are telling us you need to act. All 5 agencies have passed resolutions to support programming to stop the violence in our communities. All 5, it's unanimous support. But the challenge here is, how is the executive going to make sure that their programs are supported? Then what is the role of an executive staff assistant? It's not to deliver potatoes. It's to have these critical meetings, because as delegates, we're in meeting after meeting. Most of the time, it's doing an executive function. And that's where the push has to be, because we're also the oversight of Office of the President and Vice President. We also have to be accountable to say, when we do the budgeting process, when we come to the table, what are you doing to support public safety in our communities? Our chapters rely on delegates to convey communication, but I'm telling the chapters, you have executive public staff out there that are supposed to be helping you. Because if we're the lifeline of our communities and we're getting attacked, that's financial abuse, right? Then who's going to be helping our people in our communities? The elephant in the room is, it's not going to be someone at executive, because we wouldn't be here talking about it. And I feel like all of the committees are trying to do the best they can, but we're stuck having to always fix executive issues. I'm not here to fix executive issues. Someone's getting paid for that. I'm here to do the laws and to appropriate. But 95% of my time is doing someone else's job that obviously then they're not qualified to do. And it's impacting our children now. There's not one staffer that I could go talk to across the street that is a subject matter expert when it comes to our children. There's not one person I could go to across the street that's a subject matter expert on our elders. And these are our most vulnerable populations. So I'm not gonna put any more, I know I say ask the oversight just as professional courtesy. We meet every week for MMDR, every Tuesday, 8:30 to 10. We do prioritize public safety, but we need the rest of leadership to help. And it's through this committee you can guide that conversation. And if you need help, because you're dealing with a lot, we tease food stands, getting on the public transportation, but then this is where we got to do a call out to our people to say, your services are in dire jeopardy because our ability to continue to advocate our level is now impacted, and there's no one there to fill in that gap because they're delivering potatoes. instead of having these high-level meetings and fixing issues. And so let me know, Speaker, as your colleague here, on what support do you need with your team so that collectively as a council, we can get these laws passed. Title 17 Amendment, Vulnerable Adults Act, the Children's Code, re-looking at Navajo Nation Victim Rights Act. If my time is now reduced by 65%, then I have to focus on the most critical need, and it's not going to be sitting in a meeting with executive babysitting. Any executive program that's contacting me, I tell them, go talk to the president's office. I already did. I'm sorry. Because I have to focus on changing these laws. That's what we have to focus on changing these laws. This is critical because we haven't been able to see a 638 contract in how long? Years, right? It's somebody else has negotiated for them. So I appreciate this. I think it's a great opportunity what you're doing, the drive here. But what to me continues to be frustrating is you need more support. Because it's not a law enforcement issue. We know that through the Net Action Plan. We know it's everybody has to be the ones to arm up and to protect our most vulnerable. And because we're limited, I think we said, after this month, we're gonna even be stretched thin. So we have to be focused on every agenda has to be what laws we're gonna amend to protect our people, to support CI, to support PD, to support these entities that provide protection. Because if you talk about essential services, that's essential. We know that through COVID. We needed all of our first responders. We needed our health team. And really anybody who stayed home, then you're non-essential. So help us focus, Speaker. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be a lot of pressure on you because you're doing the court cases, you're doing the memos. We don't have a Department of Justice who can see the light. But as policymakers, those laws, if your staff or if you can help guide that timeline through this committee, we can get it done to maximize our time, to really demonstrate what can be done. Instead of hearing, oh, you're meeting again, you're meeting again, you're meeting again. No, we're meeting because this is what we're gonna get done. And I just need to identify somebody from executive who can help CI get their money from OMB. Somebody from executive has to help. So I just have the amendment. I had a few questions in terms of the children code school policies, but if the amendment's ready, I'm ready to motion. I don't know where and I understand I walk out all the time. I'm not saying my colleagues are not here, but hopefully they're listening. But if we could move forward with this amendment, because if you have $7 million that you're not able to access for public safety, that should sound some alarms across the nation. And I'm not saying I'm going to tell you how to spend your money, but at least you should have access to it reasonably. And someone at executive, high level, getting paid $60 an hour, they should be setting up that meeting, being there, following up, and getting it done. It shouldn't be Delegate Charles Newton, hand delivering this 164 packet. But I've done it. But can we continue to do it if everything's being limited in our ability to do our job here? And my concern is, then how is that going to hurt the people? And what is the priority going to be? I appreciate this legislation. I'll co-sponsor. I didn't realize you didn't have a co-sponsor. I know it's kind of late game, but I'll co-sponsor to support this, but hopefully the amendment's going through. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you, Chair Crotty, for all of those recommendations. I'm looking on the floor and I don't have one RDC member. So if we don't have a two-committee rule, we will have officially lost quorum. So I'm going to do a quick roll call. All right, so we do have two committee rule. So colleagues, we will go on, and there was a motion on the floor from Chair Crotty for an amendment. So that would be amendment number 1 to the legislation. And staff, if you could help read that amendment, then I will recognize a second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 1, in Exhibit A, the Statement of Work, Section 101, make the change as indicated in the underlined font below. Under Section 101, paragraph D, subparagraph 4, after the overstrike maintained by criminal justice agency, remove the overstrike for the following language. Evidence shall be submitted to a laboratory no later than 5 calendar days after it is collected. And paragraph F, after new language underline, families through the entire process of investigation, remove overstrike, overstrike the prosecution. 2, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments which language shall be conformed in this amendment. Madam Chair.
And do we have a second? Second by Delegate Dr. Inez. Colleagues, any questions or discussion on amendment number 1? Second call and third call. So 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, and for a 2-minute vote. Colleagues, we have 55 seconds to vote. Delegate Mitchell, how do you vote? Green? And we do have a vote of 10 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. So amendment number 1 carries. And then going back to the main motion. And colleagues, any follow-up questions or new in queue for the main motion? Second call and third call. And thank you, colleagues. We do have one amendment, and then we will go to the board for a vote 2 minutes. Roll call from any representation from Office of the President, Vice President? No, I don't see anyone from the office here in the chamber. Delegate Ness, how do you vote? Green? Delegate Toth? Green? On the main motion, we do have a vote of 10 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting, so main motion carries. Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. And then for reference on the Vulnerable Adults Protection Act, one delegate is finalizing a draft. And then for Title 17, we're still waiting for final edits from the chief prosecutor. So those are, yeah. Okay, moving on. Colleagues, I would request from the committee to motion to delete 0228-25. It is a two-thirds legislation. It's final authority here at the committee. Delegate Claw, thank you. Delegate Claw motions to delete 0228-25 off of our today's agenda. Ed, is there a second? Second by Delegate Nota. And colleagues, any questions or comments on the current motion? Delegate Dr. Inez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So just a recommendation. So to my understanding, I know the LDA program, one attempt with this legislation was to help restore them at least for another month. And the current situation that our LDAs are in now, through the line item, unlawful line item vetoes, took them to about October 31st. Now, our next Naa'bik'iyati, according to our Title II, is November 13th and the 27th. And the 27th is a federal holiday, so I don't know if that's going to go to the 20th, but my recommendation perhaps is to move it to the 6th, just so that there's not a significant delay in supporting our LDAs. That's just a recommendation to consider, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Delegate Nez, for that recommendation. So ideally, before our next regular Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting is until November 13. So to secure that payroll payout for the month of November, if there's no gap for our LDAs, we would have to call a special Naa'bik'iyati session following fall session, either on October 30th, that is a Thursday, or November 6th. But then we would also give an allowance to OMB to do all of those transfers as well. But both dates should be fine. Chair Crotty?
Oh, yeah, I think, appreciate the motion, colleagues. So what I wanted to do is, I'm not sure if staff is giving you some guidance, Chair, but we should be looking at, all different ways how we could approach this. So if it's 2/3 vote, if I could just get the citation in the law that requires the 2/3 vote, because I believe you have 2 representatives from each committee is what if that's how we're doing our attendance. And then should it be the 2/3 of those 2/3 of that vote? Or what exactly does the law state? And my understanding is after October 30th, there won't be funding for the LDA positions. So if we don't act before the 30th, then we have to, well, I've already asked as a delegate to move my funding. I haven't heard that possibility because I'm willing to help support my staff with my salary that is provided by law to keep them employed so that they could have benefits and a livelihood. So let me know what are some options. If what is the understanding per the law on the 2/3 requirement at committee, and if you would consider, since I think you're the sponsor and we may have a co-sponsor, have we thought about, or is there a possibility on this motion to consider? The reason why I want to know about the 2/3 is that's like the final action, but you still can make amendments. And so what I wanted to ask, and that's why I want to see if anybody's giving you, like, from your staff and, all these folks with experience, is there a possibility to amend the legislation to waive that portion of the law, since we'll be at a regular session in council, and then we could, for waiving, then it goes to council. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We got to be creative here. If we're unprecedented times, demand unprecedented means, and if line item vetoes are going to be used for, to keep us hostage, then we should utilize every tool that we may have to move forward. So that's going to be not so much a question to the motioning party, but Speaker, as chair of the committee, as you're the sponsor of the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crowdy. Well, the team is here exploring the amendment question, but right now, it's final authority here at Naa'bik'iyati because it's a reallocation from within the oversight. So if you look at 2 NNC 185 Powers A, it does say that further provided that such reallocation is upon the request of the affected division, so that would be both the Office of the Speaker and also the Office of Legislative Services, Department or Program, and further provided that reallocation of funds is by a 2/3 vote of the full membership of the committee. So that'd be the 16 of a board or commission. So now your next question, I did ask Mariana if you are waiving that part of Title II, then it means it would have to go to the full council, and then what action does it need a 2/3 vote there? And then, then does it even go to the president's office? That's how far an extent, I guess. But I'll have Office of Legislative Counsel, but for now, it is this only final authority here, but it will require 16 votes. So, we have funding, so it would last up to October 31st. Then we do that payroll by that time. So they should be getting a paycheck in the first payout within November 14th. Pay period ending, yeah. Either way, we would need to have money in our accounts during the beginning of November. Yes. Ms. Khan?
I'm trying to get a handle on the question. This particular legislation is a reallocation by the Standing Committee with Oversight, and the Naa'bik'iyati is Standing Committee with Oversight, and it says it requires a vote of 16 for this particular legislation. However, if there were 16 delegates here, the speaker can also vote in standing committees where a 2/3 vote is required. If there were 16, then the speaker could also vote, and then you would have the 16 if you had 16. If you don't have 16, you don't have the required votes for this particular legislation. The idea of taking it to the full council, in order to do that, requires the legislation to be written, to be taken to the full council, and then to waive the requirement of the 2/3 vote there. But I do not see that to take a Naa'bik'iyati committee resolution to council, it would have to be written to go to council from the very beginning, so that the purpose of the legislation is clear and presented to the public in that manner. That Title II would need to be waived. The most I can offer is if you had 16, then this, 2/3, in 2/3 vote situations at a standing committee, the chair of the committee can vote.
Thank you, Chair Crotty, for raising that concern, and also to Ms. Khan for explaining some of the legal actions that we have taken, and that is true. I know we don't have a full quorum. Usually we do. Usually we have at least 16 to 19 members on average at a Naa'bik'iyati committee. But I know many of our colleagues, they live far, and right now all of us are traveling out of pocket, meaning we're using our own funds to get here to Window Rock to participate into these meetings. So I know that is a factor right now on some of the absences that we do have today, either if it's medical or they just don't have the means to get here. So on Monday, before 10 a.m. we can, yes. Or even after, or after we adjourn after nomination council fall session. Delegate Law, point of order.
Yes, Speaker, I call a point of order as there's a motion on the floor. You can have this discussion through email, but if we could maintain quorum here, there are delegates that are leaving. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Law. We do have a motion to amend the agenda to delete 0228, but I believe that many of the questions that are coming are on the reasoning why or what timelines or when we can bring this legislation back. So I do feel that is appropriate questions that we can help strategize and clarify when we can take action on this legislation. Delegate Simpson, next in queue on a main motion to delete the legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Naa'bik'iyati. I think Delegate Crotty made a recommendation I was going to make. Try to have a Naa'bi meeting prior to the council session or right after we adjourn. You make that recommendation, Speaker, so I do support that. Thank you. Okay.
All right, thank you. Delegate Simpson, since we're talking about how much feasible amount of money we do have right now, even for council session, we were running through the numbers. You know, if we're going to be fully functioning, having full quorum here to support my colleagues to get here for fall session, and then to make room for an emergency session, which we always do. We always have to budget out, you know, ahead of time, forecasting if there's going to emergency that comes up. We usually call a special session through a petition. Usually those are like emergency needs that we need to address. So when budgeting, I look at the whole amount of money that we're looking at, even with our Navajo Nation accounts. If we go, say, the full week next week, say 4 days, because session by law is by 5 days. And if we adjourn on the 4th or 5th day, we're going to be very limited to even hold an emergency or a special session. So to consider any type of emergencies that may or may not come up, but for me, I always leave extra room for an emergency. To account in that portion, even looking at a council session, to fully consider both a session and then a special session, it's feasible to even have a 3-day session next week. So just in any case, if an emergency session does need to come up. So that's, I know many of the team has been working on the numbers, but we do have an overall of a 92% cut. So ideally, I know the president says that he has he sufficiently funded the legislative branch or the council and the attorneys and the support staff for 1 month, but it's only restored at 7%. If he wanted to restore our budget for 1 month, it should have been at least 10 to 12% that is restored. But we're looking at half of 12%, so we're nearly at 7% across the board for Office of Legislative Services, the council, all of the committees, Speaker's office, and Office of Legislative Services. So it's just not only impacting delegates, but it's also the staff. and the staff outnumbered the delegates. So at some point in time, I hope the president does hear that, but just shortchanging our staff that help us get through this process, they're also limited. It's just not the delegates. So just keeping that in note, we would have to come back to the table and with our chief legislative counsel on how we do restore that 92%. And going next on the motion, so just in context, if we're talking about calling special meetings, every time we call a special meeting, we're decreasing that amount from your regular meetings or from your work sessions. Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for that information, Speaker Curley. Would we be able to get that information from you in writing? And then just to be able to also be able to see the budget? I haven't looked at, and I don't know how many legislations will be on the agenda for next week, but I think that would be helpful for us to know what we're able to work around, especially if we're trying to make sure we have funding for our LDAs and anything else moving forward. So if can we get that in writing and, just have a chance to look at the budgets? That would be very helpful for me and I think for everybody else here. The other possibility, and I don't know, is maybe taking a recess, a lunch break. And I don't know if there's any delegates that can one more come in. That might be also another option. Just an idea, just putting it out there. But thank you. Either way, I can work with the information that I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Yazzie. We can resend that analysis again. And then also what we can do is this specifically by your committees. And then we've done the same with our programs as well. So at least how much the average expenditure rate is looking like from October 1st to now. So I think we can provide that update through an email. Chair Regina Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So with everything that is happening now, and the reason why I had asked if the president has reached out or if Boo has reached out to say whether he's going to be providing a State of the Nation address on Monday, perhaps we should suspend the floor rules or maybe amend the agenda to consider the legislation regarding the telecommunication, or what is it, the teleconference, allowing the delegates to be here on the first day and to save, whatever funding we have left to, if there's the teleconference, which is going to save money in terms of the delegates. Because right now, we have, what the concern is the LDAs. And even as Delegate Crotty stated, her giving up her salary, that technically is only half of what our LDAs make, because delegates, we make, 25,000, and then our LDAs are making 54. We were only allowed the 25,000, and then we also have the stipends that we receive at $60 per meeting. So we also have to, I guess, think about the staff as well. Our staff who are sitting here right in front of us right now, who are here, they're going through the same headaches that we're going through in terms of what is happening. And it's just disappointing that we have somebody who doesn't understand the budget process and doesn't understand what his tantrums are doing to our Navajo people, our employees. And I guess I'm just really kind of frustrated. This morning yesterday I was watching the news, and there's a push right now for lawmakers to not be paid during this federal shutdown so that they could be impacted the same way that our federal employees as well as our military men and women are being impacted with this shutdown. And to me, it just seems like, we should consider something of that nature. I think that council right now has they filed an injunction, so maybe consider not paying the judicial branch. Well, they're thinking about this case so that they are also impacted the same way that our employees are impacted. Maybe not pay Department of Justice since they've sided with Boo's decision to give them a good taste of what our employees are having to go through along with our LDAs. So I just feel like if he wants to, spread that sugar around, as he calls it, why not spread it around? And make it where nobody is getting paid during this time. And I know that there's this, I just now saw the email on the budget and finance letter that was sent. I would have loved to have signed off on it as well, because I don't recognize Tom as the controller. I don't think that, I mean, obviously all of these things are happening, they're impacting us, but going back to my first initial request, which is can we vote on that I guess the attendance, the virtual attendance, because we do have some delegates that do travel out far. And if we're talking about trying to reserve funding for our employees, then I would rather show up and get paid the $60 virtually and not have to worry about the mileage and how much mileage is going to be impacting our budget and that taken away from our employees. So I guess there's a lot of different ways of thinking about this. I know some delegates are saying that, that we should all be in attendance, but when we show up for attendance, then it technically does take away from the staff and their budget. And what we're trying to do is we're trying desperately, this council is desperately trying to keep our employees employed because we know that they do have families. And we are sacrificing what we can as delegates. And I just feel like, reconsidering that virtual attendance, I think that's maybe one way. If you're trying to save money and pinch pennies right now, Speaker, maybe that's one way that we can pinch pennies is as delegates, we just attend virtually and not count mileage towards attendance here. And, whatever else is needed. I don't know if there's going to be food, but focus just more on how we can pinch pennies to keep our employees employed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. I did jotted all those recommendations down, but so if we do amend the agenda during council session, it is still subject to President's approval on that legislation for virtual attendance. So then it would still extend beyond at least 10 days again to meet virtually if it does pass. So just something to keep in mind. And colleagues, are there any other questions or comments on the current motion from Delegate Tlaw? And official roll call right now is at 13. Chair Crotty?
Yes, I appreciate that. So Ms. Khan had mentioned in order to add the waiver of Title II, it would need to be redrafted. Speaker, I'm asking for consistency because earlier I talked about how legislations from Legislative Council, it's just, it was a PD 5-year contract, 638, and we were talking about a CI 5-year contract, 638, and Legislative Council determined for whatever reason it didn't need to go to the same committees. So for consistency regarding that waiver language, I'm going to go back on my notes because there is times where we do have to modify a legislation and waive a provision. And so I don't understand Ms. Khan's position that in order to do that, we would have to go back to the drawing board. I remember I'm trying to think if the uranium transportation, I can't remember if we had to waive, but there was something, I'll look through my notes, and just for consistency, because we are in unprecedented times, and we have to have the flexibility to work within the realm of all of the tools that we have here. I mean, anybody who read this DOJ memo, they are stretching the bounds to enable this president. They are stretching the concepts. They are stretching our values and our teachings to enable this behavior. So who's gonna fight for our employees? Who's gonna fight for the people who have voted us in here to represent them? I know, I'm not saying you, not you, Speaker, I've seen you get to the code, drafting, writing things. But those chapter resolutions have weight. And our LDAs, if you look at their job descriptions, their responsibility is to help the delegate communicate directly with the chapters and their communities. And it's like, but yet council, all the lawyers are just constricting us to say, oh, in black and white, or according to the Black Law Dictionary, or there's no law that says that. There's no law that says we cannot add waiving language to a resolution or to a legislation. And if there is, that's why I need the citation. It's up to this council. Our rules, that's why we suspend the floor rules. That's why we waive. That's why we have subcommittees to change. That's why we amend. And if we're gonna be constricted to certain ideas, at least we're doing it in a public setting. At least we're on the record. At least we're able to voice through questions and the public can see how we're voting on positions. And then they can give us guidance. Because how is it that the public needs to be notified of waiving a portion of Title II so that employees can get paid to do their job? How are we not letting the people know if we're doing it in a public setting? When we have appropriation law being violated on a weekend evening, and DOJ was able to expand the scope and somehow enable that behavior. I need to see a law that doesn't allow me as a delegate to make that amendment. And that's why I'm asking this on the motion. If we're gonna use all of our ability, I would have to see somewhere in the law that says, you as a delegate cannot do that. Because then we decide. And DOJ, going back to that, they're also trying to tell us, your memos and your positions do not count. That what you provide and how you recognize the controller, we're gonna expand these notions of you don't go and unwind the past. If you don't unwind the past, then why are you litigating cases? If you don't unwind the past, why are we amending old laws? If we don't amend the past, what are we doing here? But what they do is they just create a system that works for them within what their ideas are. But those ideas have created a government that right now our people are saying is in crisis, that our people are saying they have no confidence. And we don't have mechanisms here because of a Supreme Court interpretation and decision. So we have to seek for relief. We have to, yes, in the bounds of the law. But if the law doesn't state that, then I need an attorney to give me the citation. And if one, Ms. Khan believes, okay, I don't see that, then are other attorneys at Office of Legislative Counsel being asked? Because if you remember, Office of Legislative Counsel did this to me before. And Ms. Tapahi was live on air, remember? And she said, this amendment Delegate Crotty is doing is something, right? And that was to fund our senior centers. And so we cannot continue to allow the attorneys to guide the discussion and collaboration unless they can show to me in black and white where the law says you cannot. So you said, Title II, 2/3 vote, the membership. Okay. We've tried it twice. We have 92% of our budget has been cut. How much more do you want to constrain this council who's trying to do the right thing? We're not trying to buy a business for $1. We're not enabling non-Navajos to become millionaires. We are fighting for Navajo Nation law and policy to be followed. We have an employee right now who has access to our finances, and there's no mechanism for a short-term, just freeze the money. Freeze the non-essentials. How do we secure that? And nobody has given us the guidance. All I keep hearing is this, you can't do this because of this. You can't do this because of the Supreme Court. Well, as a lawmaker, what is my ability to change the laws if I'm so constrained? These are hardworking people for our legislative branch. There was no justification on why to veto their money, other than the memos that said, I'll give you full funding when you give me what I want. That's financial abuse. That's abuse of power. You created emotional pain to those employees. And DOJ doesn't see that. They don't use in their analysis the impact on those employees who've been targeted. They don't see the impact on now as a delegate, my ability. I had to make a tough decision. I could not personally fund my travel to go meet with the governor today. It was a hard decision to make. But I had to look at my finances, and I have to say, I also have to take care of my home. And that's our teaching. And so now the voice for our Navajo children is absent in that conversation with tribal leadership because of this impact. We cannot allow the people's voice to be silenced. And they'll let us know when we get it wrong. They will definitely let us know when we get it wrong. But they are now asking for us to act. And for us to act, we need those assistants to help us. Because as we're talking about staff here and your staff, it's hard work to do that community work at the ground level, to negotiate and to do basically executive's job. And so that's where I want to see, where in the law does it state I cannot waive the provision? Or else then, can we look to an emergency? And does it fit the emergency clause? I don't want to go that route because I don't want to also be stretching and pulling a DOJ move. But I think if these are our laws set up, when Title II reform came over in 2008 after the reduction, there was no concept that at any point the legislative branch would be defunded at 92%. And so if it wasn't thought about at that time, since we're in that time, we have to modify and pivot. We have to say, what can we use to help address this issue? So I'm hoping, Speaker, with who we have here, I don't know how many more we need. Can we just get a head count on terms on how to move forward? Because I've sent emails, right? I've sent emails, you can't fire them, they're not part of personal management, and DOJ relies on personal management. It's so weird how they rely on things that don't, they rely on things that don't even cover political at will. So I wanted to ask that question in my time for this. I understand the rationale because we don't have the 16 and how the law states, but if we could have a plan and the decision of who is here, or else then have a plan on how we could reconvene, because transfers don't happen automatically. We've already heard about some of the challenges with OMB, and OMB is not enforcing the BIM with these budget transfers. They could hold up our request, and they have no accountability because the executive director, Mr. Bial's supervisor, is President Nygren. So while we're told to uphold specifically, dot our I's, cross our T's, executive is just given full authority to run wild, where you have employees self-proclaiming they're the interim controller. You have employees, signing off on documents that are violating the BIM, the budget instruction manual that was by law and resolution. Where is DOJ to protect our employees? Where is DOJ's memo saying, you know what? What's happening here, we need to come together as a government. They say it in their memo, but they don't do the action of it. I heard, okay, let's mediate. Well, how do you mediate when the other party doesn't want to come to the table? And that's why I'm going to keep saying, what can we do? Because right now it's our LDAs, right now it's our operating budget. What's next? What is DOJ going to allow the executive to do next? We are on shaky grounds. And Office of the Controller employees still have that institutional knowledge of what happened in 1989. And DOJ has a responsibility to keep the safety of the Navajo Nation and the integrity of our financial system. And if in the fact in '89 what sparked that tension was going to the Office of the Controller and getting checks, how is this different? And yet we had a big reform on actions that are happening now, and DOJ is telling us now, well, we see it differently. Who's keeping them accountable? That's my frustration. Like, what are recourses? We asked the Auditor General yesterday, what's the risk assessment? Did anybody from DOJ talk to you about what this would mean if you move the controller? Nothing. Nothing. So do we have to do this in the middle of the night on a Sunday to get it done? I'm trying to do it in broad daylight at a regularly called meeting with public discussion, and to explain, to say, this is why we're doing it. This is how restricted we are, but we're using every possible means to do the right thing. Because we know this is harming. What little money we have, our little kernels here, we want to share it. And in order to share it right now, our rules say we need to make this threshold. But we're not in ordinary times. So I need the citation. And I'll keep coming back to this. We need the citation. We need accountability. We need transparency. And if it's the provision where a resolution or an amendment needs to be drafted by OLC, I'll waive that provision. That's how far I'm willing to go. Because I could do chat GPT right here. I could look, staff help me, find how waiving Title II looks like. Because when you put us in a corner and you don't give us options, it's frustrating and it's detrimental to our role and responsibility as elected leaders. My hope is only if colleagues, if you weren't able to get here, just contact the speaker so we know. We know that you're okay, first of all. And second of all, then moving forward, when you're able to get here, how can we work together on this? And that's why we're here in this capacity. Like, communicate, collaborate, and let's work together. And right now, the intent, so everybody's clear, the intent of my request is to at least, what little bit of funding we have, give these employees 2 more payrolls. Give them 2 more payrolls. Because the way our system is set up right now, we don't even know now if this is too late on how slow everything is happening for legislative. From the courts not issuing that temporary restraining order and saying there has to be a hearing on the 27th, right? This is unprecedented. It's a whole system. I don't mind getting on the transit, $2, okay, you know, we'll have a schedule, we'll get it done. But when I see staff breaking down crying, that's harm that we have. We have our teachings to say when there is harm, when we know something, we do something. And that is what I'm asking, Speaker. Use all of your brain, all of your staff in there, figure out how to help them. Figure out how can we make this right. We can't do a lot because of all these people stopping us. But what can we do here by our vote? I'm gonna keep coming back to this until we figure out a way how to move forward. If we have a plan, then it's a plan that I could tell my LDA, who I'm her direct supervisor, to say, we are doing everything we can. And if need be, maybe we need to modify to allow my salary to be used, because I've already stated that. I know you're pulling from your other staff, so you're jeopardizing their livelihood. Let's be real here on what's happening. And that's why we could pivot, but I'm not gonna break down and give an abuser what they want. Because we see here, that is not working across the street. Hiring all of those individuals at a high pay, why do we still have these problems we have to address? So with what little piece we have, we're willing to break it off and to help out. I just need the way there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crowdy. I completely agree. I think that's what has been our tone as myself, as a speaker. But at that point in time, you're enabling a behavior, a toxic behavior. So I keep encouraging my colleagues to stand your ground. Yeah, I know doing something right is a narrow path. Najoniki sa pehajitsi ko e nantla to sa to yat ehiki to sa nahat to yat ehiki e to nantla. You know, that's our teaching. I think that many of our people rely back on. Yes, it's hard to stand up for something that's right, even though you have a little team, but we're mighty here. I always remind our colleagues of that, even though we have to hold the line and at some point in time, our Navajo government has to stop enabling toxic behavior. So my 2 cents, Chair Crotty, I do completely agree. And then on the legislation for the reallocation, just remembering back to past council, I believe that it has happened before where you waive a certain section of Title II. All it did was you added on, it didn't stop at Naa'bik'iyati, then it triggers to add on Navajo Nation Council. I believe that's what like one particular amendment did. So it didn't necessarily mean you can't do that, you can't make that amendment, then you had to redraft the whole legislation. So I'm in a disagreement on that too, at that advice, because you do have a choice, this body has that choice to make an amendment. Then, for me, as I see it, if that amendment does carry through, say like with a majority vote, here, we have the majority here, we do have quorum here. For me, I would just see that it only triggers to add, it doesn't have final authority here, but then it goes, adds on to Navajo Nation Council. So that particular amendment that you're speaking of, my only question is, it's not changing the law, it's just only waiving. So then it should not, then council would be the final authority, even certification. So that's how I interpret, like I know there has been several precedents that has taken place with past council, and to my memory, I remember in some instance, I don't remember on top of my head which bill it was, but I remember that happening, and it just added on to Navajo Nation Council. But another avenue for a solution to take action on this particular legislation is calling a Naa'bik'iyati special meeting, 8 o'clock Monday morning, or immediately after adjourning our fall session. So that would either fall on a Wednesday evening or a Thursday morning. So there's also that option. But I'm gonna have Office of Legislative Counsel, going back to the question on Chair Crotty on this particular, we do have a motion on the floor. So thank you, Chief Legislative Counsel, for joining us. Mariana was here guiding in legal advice, but the current motion is to amend the agenda to delete legislation 0228-25 from the agenda, but we're also looking for possible solutions on how to move this legislation forward. So Chief Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker Curley and members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. I was listening in. I was working on some important documents as well in my office that need to get filed today. But to answer the question, my understanding is that currently there are not enough members to have a 2/3 vote to pass this reallocation, this transfer of funds. And according to NNC Section 185A, this type of action does require a 2/3 vote of the full membership of the committee. And so the question I understand is, how can we keep moving this legislation forward so that we don't jeopardize the ability for the legislative branch employees to get paid for their service, or to have it delayed in any way? So I see that there are two options, and I think you've discussed both of those. One would be to have another Naa'bik'iyati meeting, a special session called, to have the required number of committee members present to vote on this and to pass it. And that could be done before the council session next week. Or the other option would be to, and you discussed this and you phrased it well yourself, Speaker, is that you could request that this matter, that there be amendments to waive Title II, the Section 185,
in order to pass the legislation. And what would happen is if you waive Title II, it has to go to council because only council can waive Title II. So if you were to amend it today, you would have to amend it to add the Navajo Nation Council to consider this, and then also the Title II waiver. And then it would go to the Navajo Nation Council for a vote. And then it could be a majority vote at that time because you're waiving Section 185. But again, only council can waive Title II. And I understand the frustrations, and I'm hoping that we can get things back to a place where we can start working on the laws that you discussed so clearly, Delegate Crotty, as needing to be done. And I would love to get to that point where we can address what these current issues have been bringing up to the surface for the Navajo Nation so that we can be prepared if this happens again in the future. Thank you. All right, thank you. Chief Legislative Counsel, so colleagues, based on that reflection, that was correct. That was our initial thought, what Chair Crotty was saying, and I was saying that it can be amendable, but all it could do is trigger to have the legislation as a final authority is Navajo Nation Council. So that is possible, colleagues. However, there's also the other choice of calling another special Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting before or immediately following the adjournment of our council session. Okay, so hopefully that did clear some questions. And next on the motion, we do have Delegate Yazzie, Lester Yazzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, thank you. And thank you, Shinala do. Njono ni je hain zi do nit age bin hil na has na ege I said ni hitil age ko do ya latoshi to ko age sabe sha ho age ba hinsen. Today we have the deep concern for our people, for our families, for our employees, and our legislative district assistants. Uncertainty when they will be receiving their next, when their next pay will be coming in. I rely on my LDA. This individual, he supports and he serves the communities that I work with. As we continue to feel the effects of these political decisions, we have these political decisions that are withholding our funding. We all know that the legislative branch, we are the voice of our Navajo people. I appreciate the acknowledgement this morning and recognition from Honorable Claw for us to be here, even though we're on limited finances and we also have families to support. So thank you. It is a struggle. It is a struggle to operate under these financial constraints. And going back, our ancestors taught us Ke is the way of respect. Ke is the way of balance. Ke is the way of positive relationships. There is no teaching to divide ourselves. Our past leaders that sat in this very spot did not teach us to divide through politics or power struggles. We are guided by our fundamental laws of being Dene. We should, as leaders, be leading with compassion. We should be leading with trust. We should be leading with harmony. When will we be returning to those responsibilities? When will we be returning to those teachings? When will we stop these political games at the expense of our relatives? I do hope that we can restore a positive, balanced leadership. So with that, I'll continue to support Chinala Hodoye Khatsege, to protect our workers, to protect our relatives, and that way we may hopefully continue the work that we do in uplifting our communities. And those are my comments that I want to make, Madam Chair, Chinala. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate Yasi. Then next to Delegate Dr. Inez.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So just a follow-up to what Chief mentioned, in the event such a legislation is waived in parts of 2N and C, then if the final authority then rests at council, I just need confirmation that it does not go across the street. Because I know typically, not with everything, but with most items that come before the full council, that the president has the ability to veto or line item veto. And being that these are supplemental fundings, then the intent, I mean, you know, it's going to have to, not have to, but it's going to be line item vetoed. So I just need that confirmation. My other recommendation is if we are calling a special council, a special NABI on Monday morning, perhaps I think it would be a good idea to share, if colleagues are here, who anticipates being here so that we're not having to bring in staff early or what have you to not even have enough members present. But if it's afterwards, then I think just getting that feel, and I think there's like 13 of us, I think, who are here. I plan to be here at council, so you can have my confirmation for attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Ness. And then I would say that the certification and a final approval would rest with the speaker because you're only waiving, you wouldn't be changing Title II. You're only waiving a section of Title II, so then it would not have to go across the street. If that's, I know, almost there, law school dropout. Just kidding. But anyways, but that's the way I interpret, because you're not changing Title II, you're just waiving it. But then I think another question for Chief Legislative Counsel would be that the reordering of the council committees, I don't know if that has to follow through with a motion. Like if you're going to add Navajo Nation Council. All right. And then, so going next to Ms. Espino.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. And I think it was just yesterday, I encouraged her to attend law school because I think she would be a great Navajo attorney because she speaks fluent Navajo. She knows fundamental law. I think she would be an excellent attorney. So in regards to the question, what Speaker Curley said about it not having to go across the street for the president's consideration, that's correct. Because the matter has already been approved in the budget, the funding. And so what you're doing is reallocating from one program to another, but the budget was already approved by the president. And so with his line item vetoes that have affected us all, however, it will not need to go back to the president for that reason, and as also what was explained by the speaker. Let's see, what else? Did I answer all of your questions? Oh, that's right. Okay, so the Naa'bik'iyati committee would have to meet before the session commences or after the session adjourns. So it cannot be done in the middle of the session, like if you recess for the day, it cannot be done then. It has to be after the session adjourns. Okay, thank you.
So, and then going back to Delegate Nez's question on attendance, I have not received any requests for excusal for council session from this body yet, from any members. So at this point in time, expecting a full membership of 24. Chair Regina Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So, in terms of the legislation today for our LDAs, I know there's 2 delegates who are excused today, even though the board doesn't reflect the 2 delegates who are excused. How many of the delegates requested to be excused today? I just feel like the LDA legislation is an important legislation that we should all be present for, since it does affect our LDAs. And so I don't know which delegates have asked to be excused for today. You know, I'm frustrated with what's going on across the street, but at the same time, we're also not holding our own colleagues accountable. And this is certainly a legislation, as I stated, that we should all be in attendance for. And I mean, to me, if you don't want to come to vote on this legislation, then maybe we shouldn't consider your LDA. I'm just really tired of seeing, you know, some of our delegates, our part-time delegates, they show up for 2 hours, 3 hours, and then they leave. And it's frustrating because I know at the state of New Mexico, when a person is missing, the state police go and they go pick them up as a representative or as a senator of the state of New Mexico. And yet with our council, we get delegates who are only here for a short time and then they leave. And for me, it's getting really frustrating because we're upset about what Boo is doing, but we're not holding each other accountable. And I know at one point we were getting the attendance record, and then there were some who were asking, why are you taking attendance? Because by law, we are required to be here. This is our job. This is what we campaigned for. We said we're going to be here. So it's a little bit frustrating, and I understand the frustration coming from Boo because of what he's doing. But at the same time, we do have delegates who are not here, who should be here because their job is here. And for me, you know, our LDAs, they are an important part of our jobs. And it gets me, you know, Delegate, it was stated earlier that we don't know what these executive assistants are doing that are making more money than a delegate, that are making more than our LDAs. But I do see our LDAs at agency council meetings. I see our LDAs at the veteran agency meetings. I see our LDAs out there at chapter meetings. I see our LDAs being project managers out in the field. When the executive staff right now are handing out potatoes. $80,000 to hand out potatoes? It just seems ridiculous. So I'm really upset, and I'm actually conversating with a person who is upset because we want to go to virtual. Right now, I see this piece of bread that we've been thrown, this crumb, and we're trying to pick it apart so everybody has a piece of that crumb. And as delegates, we're giving up our crumbs for our employees. So I just want to know, Speaker, for the record, how many delegates requested to be excused today? And how many are actually absent? And that's a request that I'm going to make, is that when we do have Naa'bik'iyati and council, it needs to be clear how many delegates are excused and how many are absent. Because this is our job. And if we can't pick up the phone or text you to say, I'm not going to be there for this reason, then I think our people need to know. So in terms of this LDA legislation, I know that there was some options that are given. I think overall, though, it's going to still require his signature, right? It doesn't require his signature if we were to waive the law? Are you sure? Okay. So if that's something that we can do, then I think we have some options that that have been presented to us. I just feel like, Speaker, if that email needs to come from me, it'll come from me to the 25th saying, everybody needs to be here to vote on this legislation, or just forfeit your LDA. Plain and simple. It's not enough that it's in the law that we should all be here. So maybe if we say that your LDA is going to be forfeited if you don't vote on this legislation, because essentially that's what they're doing. By them not being here, by them not being present, they're saying that this is not an important matter. So, Speaker, if I can get that information, and again, for the record, how many delegates are excused? How many are absent? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton. And then for your question on attendance today, on your roll call board, we do have in pink or light red, those are the delegates, 4 delegates that have been requested to be excused. One is actually for a federal meeting, and then the 3 are for 1 medical, and then 2 ceremonial purposes. There are 5 absences, so those are the ones that I did not get notification for or requesting to be excused. Going next to Delegate Helena Naa'bik'iyati.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor, and I really appreciate my colleagues bringing all these concerns. And, as being in the work field for so long, as a supervisor, and I think it's your power, Speaker, to make this a mandatory meeting. If our Navajo Nation employees are told to be there, it's a mandatory meeting. Why can't we do that too? We should be the great example as leaders. And I really do agree with what my colleagues are saying, that we do need our LDAs. And we did talk to our president that night here, talking about our LDAs, but he just didn't hear us out. So it should be a mandatory meeting Monday morning, and this is the reason why people did vote for us to be here to represent them. Just like I said this morning, I could have been at our Tuba City Elder Fest because my elders, I highly think about my elders, but instead I came this way thinking they might not even have a quorum, so I have to come in. So, what not on it on hitilia, on the our LDAs do really, help us out even when we're sitting up here. If we need something, we text them back to check on this and that, or send out a memo and things like that. We have to do everything, and we have to stand our grounds. Each one of us, council, we have to have one voice. And I just sitting here this morning got a message saying the president's over here at our Elder Fest in Tuba. I mean, why is he doing that to us? We, council, are out there in the field. I was in the field yesterday from 10 to 6, checking on homes, checking on our elders. And here, we just get a little piece of that money. I don't know, we should freeze the council ourselves and see what they do. We're the one that runs the nation. We're the one that's out there at chapter meetings, at planning board meetings, veterans meeting, crazy meetings. What have they done for us? What have they done for our communities? Everything that they said they're doing, you know, that's something that was already there. They're just using the funding from that. And I even see some of his employees that are just running around out there. As the directors, you should be in your office. You should be working with your staff. You should be providing the services that are needed out there in the field. You know, it's really frustrating what he's doing to us. It's just really bad. And people always ask us those questions as council. What are you guys going to do about him? Why is he just running around on you guys, making fun of you guys? Communities go. And here we say that we're the lawmakers and we're just letting this happen to us. That just tells our people out there a false information. That's what I want to share with you guys, and I stand behind each one of you that, you know, and thank you, Delegate Crowdy, for introducing this legislation.
Thank you, Shema. Delegate Helena Nesbegay. Then going back for follow-up questions, Delegate Ness.
Thank you, Chair. So then if we do need to modify our existing motion that's on the floor, which is to delete, if it needs to then be modified to accompany the applicable statute in Title II to allow for that waiver, then that's going to be my recommendation to the motioning party, if you can modify to resemble the applicable to NNC code or statute. So that way, my assumption here is that when that occurs and if it passes this body, then it goes before the full council, so that we're not having to have a special NABI right before. Because I know there's several walks that are happening, and I plan to join a couple of them. So, but I can always, move my schedule on if needed. But that's going to be my question to the motioning party, granted that we get guidance from Chief Legal Counsel. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Nez, and for clarification, to meet the deadline for session, we have to take action on the waiver language today. So meaning that you would have to take off, we couldn't delete the legislation, we would have to take action on it and vote on the waive. But, okay, so I guess that, but we would have to actually take action on the legislation itself to waive it. So this one's just the motioning to amend the agenda. If I'm making myself clear, like, if we want to waive it to make it to the deadline to session, you had to take action today. So, yeah, so we're not on the legislation now, it's just the agenda motion that's currently on the board. Okay. Chair Jesus?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and also to colleagues of the 25th Nomination Council. You know, this is such a mind-boggling situation that we're in as council. And I echo all of the concerns that my colleagues have been bringing to the floor of this body here today. And how do we address it? Because I've been having a lot of our constituents reaching out to me in regards to the wavering support that this council has by the public. And even more so, I learned yesterday that President had transferred monies from Office of the Controller, the Dene, Office of Dene Youth, and of course the MMIW, and I believe it was Division of Health. And I thought it was passed by Budget and Finance Committee per the 2026 BEM that there's supposed to be no more budget transfers from business unit to business unit. And that clearly illustrates, you know, misappropriation of any funds by the president or any other employee of the executive branch. You know, it's a serious legal and criminal concern because, you know, these are the very people that were charged with oversight of not to circumvent any laws. And it's clearly evident it's going on. And it just seems now that they're trying to portray that this council is the bad council, or what President Nygren had called the council as scumbags. I just don't understand. And how can we continue to go down this path, especially with general counsels that are supposed to look out for the best interests of the Navajo Nation, seen as unauthorized or improper or unlawful use of public money for purposes other than what it was intended for? And that brings a big concern because, you know, we talk about wanting to go back to the president's office and sit down for a round of negotiation. It's clearly evident now that he does not think favorable of the council. And I really think that this council is really asking a lot of valid questions and just wanting to, in terms, look to the future, whether that's trying to have a surplus amount of more money so that it will subsidize the three-branch government. Not only that, but also to subsidize the trust funds that our elders, our veterans, and our youth get. All of this stuff, for some odd reason, they've been blindfolded to. And I too have a concern, you know, like, so we're a legislative body, and as councils, we're policymakers. We can refine policy, we can develop new policy. And I was just thinking about this last evening as I was being asked, what can council do? And I really looked to our legal counsel as to what can this council do, because it doesn't make no sense now. I feel really bad for my colleagues that have to travel afar to be here in person at these very meetings when I am down the road like about maybe 6 miles. And if we can get that virtual meeting going so that colleagues can be on the call virtually until such time that, you know, our funds get restored for the legislative branch. And I wholeheartedly agree with Shadeja, Chair Karate. I find myself as Chair of Resources and Development Committee trying to put out lights with the divisions that we have oversight over. I send emails to the division directors in hopes that I get a response on very important issues. And one of them is the ARPA dollars. Controller McCabe was having biweekly meetings given NTUA, CHID, DCD, and NECA by the end of this month to find out how much money is not going to be expended because we have a deadline. How much of this information does Ms. Tom know? You know, and it's like we're just taking 10 steps back now, and it's very unfortunate that we have to be headed in this direction. And I don't understand where OPVP or his executive assistants or even the chief of staff stands on these issues. And we need to continue to have that strong push. And just as I had stated, we do have the support of our people out there because for one thing, we're not lying because we're stating all of our concerns on record. We're not making any under the table deals or whatever the kickbacks or whatever they call it, because I've seen it happen with some division directors that we have oversight over. And I've brought these very concerns to President Nygren and his team. I've included DOJ and even Division of Human Resources and Department of Personnel Management to this very day sitting here right now as I speak. I've never received an email response back to these very concerns. So is just this a culture that we have here within the Navajo Nation, within the executive branch? And if it's so, they're setting a sad precedent. We need to stop this behavior, and I really wish that someone from OPVP is at least listening to these concerns, or even have the care to come in and be sitting here and listening to these concerns. I mean, it's just mind-boggling, but I support, you know, the efforts of my colleagues. You know, although that you don't have the finances right now to fully execute your duties and responsibilities, but you're continuing to do so even, you know, with the staff that is here today. That just shows your dedication and commitment to the job that you do and the job that you do for our people across this great Navajo Nation. But I just wanted to mention this because it's just not fair no more. We're going to have to draw that line to tell President Nygren and his team that enough is enough. He's hurt so much lives mentally, psychologically, and even physically. This is abuse. This is harassment in the workplace, and he does not even understand that. I'm so frustrated. I just wanted to bring this out today because, to me, I'm not going back and sitting and negotiating with him on our budget. And I'm so glad that I have loved ones back at home that say, we'll support you, Mom, and, you know, and I'm glad that I have that support from my colleagues here. So I just wanted to put that on record, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jesus, and just re-encouraging our staff again. I know many, they are all split duties today here trying to represent the council at Western Fair out of pocket, and half of them here making sure that our meetings are ongoing. So thank you for appreciating our staff. I'm pretty sure they do hear it and they value it. So thank you for saying that, Chair Jesus. Delegate Ness, follow up?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So there was a statement on record indicating that the current president, or lack thereof, has pulled and transferred funds from the Department of Health, from Office of Dene Youth, and I forget the last one. If we can get the documents, because I've seen the document of the transfer that happened with the K-9 unit, and it's extremely unfortunate, but when we start to pull funds from our students and other populations, it just makes, again, no sense why these types of funds would support primarily travel. And colleagues, if you remember, part of the president's request is to obtain over $500,000 for his travel. And I too am no longer interested in meeting to, and I was even a red vote on that budget anyway. But I think that's something that if we can get official copies of, if that's indeed the case here. It's unfortunate that, the president continues to pull funds from other programs. And I think that was about $3 million at the start of the comprehensive budget anyway. And that was all pulled and put back into certain programs. And, that unfortunately escalated over time during a comprehensive budget. So if we can get confirmation, I am concerned about DOH because they are primarily funded through federal funds, and federal funds are not supposed to use for campaigning. I know oftentimes, and that's what I'm calling it, campaigning. And so I know with the Division for Children and Family Services, there was a lot of concerns about the recent pay and how that became just a political event. So those types of things could be concerning to our federal partners, and I don't want that compromising any of the direct service that should be implemented on behalf of our people. And this whole issue, I know with the controller, who's controller, their controller, I tell our constituents, I report to our chapters that by law, Controller McCabe is still the controller of the Navajo Nation. And I don't understand how folks would submit to any sitting president, any director, to be able to do these unlawful acts, pulling money, et cetera, et cetera. So if we can get confirmation by that, hopefully before fall session, then we can certainly be obliged of those types of information. Thank you, Speaker.
All right, thank you, Delegate Nez, for that request to get those documents of any of those budget transfers that had happened. So we'll have staff work on that. And then delegates, I know that many of you are speaking in support of our staff, so thank you. I know times are tough of traveling out of your own pockets, but that's a teaching that we all carry, that we are here not just for ourselves, but for our people. And we continue to show up, even though there may be little to work with, but we're still getting our work done because we have so many priorities that we could be worried about. So again, thank you for that encouragement. But we'll go back to, I don't see any more questions for who is in queue, so I'll go back to Delegate Pla, sponsoring the motion currently on the floor.
Thank you, Shadeja. And then thank you to all of our delegates for your tremendous support for our LDAs, and then also for your comments and then your concerns. And I am very certain that there are constituents listening online. Speaker, I did request to go ahead and withdraw my motion to delete. Instead, I did offer an amendment that would be to add to the legislation that is before us here. And that amendment would be based on what we heard from our legislative council, which is to waive 2 NNC section 185A, and then also to add in that this would require the waiver of the 2/3 vote, and in lieu of that, put in the majority vote. So if we could have that amendment, I don't know if it's ready for insertion, and so I would like to withdraw my motion to delete the amendment, but to hear the amendment, to hear the legislation and insert an amendment. And if there's not enough time, then perhaps we could recess for 30 minutes or so that we can get lunch, and we may have to leave campus here so that we can get that and come back into session. So that would be, my motion is to withdraw the deletion motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So serving as Chair Pro Tem, I'm going to go ahead and recognize that motion to withdraw and delete legislation number 0228-25. The second is Vice Chair Nathan Nota. Do you consent to that withdrawal for the deletion? Okay, so with that, we have the motion and the second who have withdrawn. And I'll go ahead and recognize your request at this time, Delegate Claw, to amend the legislation to include the waiver language. And the waiver language is ready to go. If you guys want to take a lunch break, we can do that now, or if you guys would rather we address the waiver language. So we want to do the waiver language? Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go to legislation 0228-25. Can I get a motion and a second? Motion made by Delegate Shauna Claw. Can I get a second? Second made by Delegate Amber Knezba Crotty. So staff, if we can go ahead and read that legislation into the record. A motion and a second has already been established, and then we will go ahead and proceed forward to hearing the legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem. Legislation 0228-25, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee approving a budget reallocation from the Office of the Speaker, Budget Business Unit 101015, Office of the Speaker, to Legislative District Assistance Program, Business Unit 101034, in the amount of $177,434 to fund operations for 1 month of fiscal year 2026. Prime sponsor is Honorable Crystalline Curley, co-sponsor Honorable Shandine Parrish. This legislation is final authority with Naa'bik'iyati Committee per Nauvoo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9. Legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Chair Pro Tem.
Point of order, Delegate Crotty, the floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shadow Pro Tem Chair. Staff, we have multiple co-sponsors for this legislation, if that could be read into the record. Thank you.
Point of order was recognized by Delegate Crotty. Staff, if we can go ahead and read the multiple sponsors to this legislation.
Madam Chair Pro Tem, co-sponsors contain or are Honorable Helena Nesbigay, Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, Honorable Brenda Jesus, Honorable Arvin Mitchell, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Nathan Nota, Honorable Andy Nez, Honorable Jermaine Simonson, Honorable Danny Simpson, Honorable George Tolth, Honorable Lester Yazzie, and Honorable Shandine Parrish. Madam Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. Point of order has been satisfied, so we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to legislation number 0228-25. The motion was made by Delegate Shauna Claw, second by Delegate Amber Knezba Crotty. We do have the sponsor of the legislation who is here, who is present. We'll go ahead and give her some time to present her legislation, then we can move forward with questions or any amendments to the legislation. Speaker Curley, the floor is yours.
Good, thank you, Pro Temp Chair, for helping take the lead of the facilitation of this meeting. And good afternoon again, colleagues of the committee. Before you, you do have legislation 0228-25. First of all, kado ihehan kidideshni ade co-sponsors tahlagi to inidi bahata sitsi ta anza ko bahata sitsi di hagishni Ndok asatniniki. That would, an amendment would have to be made on page 2 of 2. If you look at E,
That is the statutory site of reallocation. So that is Title 2, subsection 185A. And on overall, in summary, what the president has restored. I'm going to give a background history of how the line item vetoes have taken place that impacted our LDAs. So through the line item veto for our LDAs, he did not fully support all of the 28 positions. So it's not that he supported all of our 28 positions or the full program. What had happened, his line item veto, what he did was he only restored, I believe, 2 full-time LDAs. So just choosing from the 28 delegates or 28 LDAs that were listed, their full-time dollars were the only ones that was approved. And then an additional 2 was partially, like half-time. And then another part-time. So overall, it was an span of only supporting 5 employees, either at full-time or part-time. So we discourage that when going through the budgeting process, and even throughout the whole fiscal year, how we try to discourage budget transfers, reallocations, and how the budget should be accepted. However, due to that intent, I just went off on intent of his memo saying, I do support the LDA program for 1 month. But technically, he only supported 5. So what we had to do internally was do budget transfers out of those 5 positions that he has supported and spread it out equally across the 28. I know there were, and that speaks to fairness. I know many of our LDAs personally reached out to me, knowing that why did the president, did he choose my position to be funded? And it was hard to say yes or no, because you had a list and some said yes. And then there was that point in time where, I was funded for 1 whole year. Then why do I have to share across to securing 1 month of employment? So all of that discussion has taken place, and it was very challenging to do. However, we did make that decision, or I made that decision as an administrator. Okay, we have to make sure that all of our 28 employees avoid layoffs. So we had to do budget transfers to cover the full 28. So now their payroll will end up towards October 31st. So they will expect a paycheck, the first paycheck of November. However, starting in November, within that pay period, they will not have any more funding for the month of November. So what this legislation does is, I know we have presented this idea that I heard the outcry from both of our LDAs, the staff, and also the delegates about solutions. My first attempt was amending the budget to restore the LDA program as a whole, but they were targeted 2 times for line item vetoes. So this was actually like our third option, was how can we, using our own funds, to help keep our LDAs in place for at least a month or 2. So then I talked back with my staff. I am very appreciative of my staff and willing to sit down to see how they can be part of the solution. They are just like president staff, they are political appointees, but I guarantee you, none of my staff make over 100,000 though. And that's the difference. But even though they make way less, like 50% less than OPVP staff, they had the heart to say, we want to help out. How can we help out? So within this plan, it is actually for the speaker's personnel staff. They were funded, their personnel, all the way from first, second, third, fourth quarter. What this legislation is doing is taking the fourth quarter of their salary and reallocating it to the LDA program. So the speaker's political appointee staff are taking their fourth quarter personnel budget to carry on to transfer to the LDAs to employ them for another month. So that would be the month of November. And by month, including fringe, this wouldn't include travel. We're still across the board, don't have any travel funding for our staff. So that would be, the total budget transfer is in an amount of 177,000. That is needed for salaries and then also their benefits, the fringe benefits, and also for the premiums for everything else with anything connected to their health benefits. So that is what is included within this bill, and hopefully my thought process at the time was, okay, we do need, I know the president is urging this whole budget can be fixed within 1 month. But it comes with stipulation of only if I get what I want, is basically what he's saying. So although we have done some court filings, I know that does take time, taking into account all of those timelines that are moving simultaneously. The easiest approach was reallocation, and where either our staff or our LDAs wouldn't be subject again to line item vetoes. So this legislation was going to be final authority at Naa'bik'iyati. However, now we'll move on to council with that waiver, and it should have that same purpose. So hopefully that we do have these funds approved by towards the end of the month, then it will at least give us enough time to make sure that the accounts or the deposits or the transfers are done in the right accounts. So this in summary, that's what this legislation does. So I do really appreciate many of you. And kodo iniko leadership meetings like I want my money or you can get your staff back. Shidao nash inko like where we were talking about enabling this type of behavior. You know, what is so intimidating to share the truth about the people why you need that money? And to this day, we have not heard the real reason why the $1.5 million is needed. But for this legislation, it's out in the open, it's open up for discussion. And like I mentioned, that dedication to take from our office to fund the LDAs, you know, that was a decision. And that's what the president should also have done. Like, this is an example of finding a solution instead of taking something that is connected to a COA or any type of directive, like the MMIP situation that we had to see with that budget transfer. So with this council, we did not have to do that. It's going through a legislative process to move funds around within our own oversight. So overall, that is my presentation. More than open to questions, colleagues, if you do have any other concerns. But thank you again, Chair Crotty, for raising that amendment. I think it does have to be addressed. I was really hoping that we could have considered this legislation at the last Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting, but I know that there are still pressing issues that we continue to prioritize to. So we're trying to move all of that along at the same time. But again, thank you for looking for solutions. I didn't think that we have that mindset that we have to continue to do so. So, koto e hota in kitchen hasti le council delegates and the members of this committee. Thank you, Pro Temp Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I didn't bring up my laptop, so I'm trying to make sure that we get the amendment. The amendment has been sent out. So I know we have Delegate Shauna Claw in queue first. So Delegate Claw, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair. And then thank you to Speaker for bringing this legislation forward and for thinking of our employees and having the foresight of maintaining their financial stability for the livelihood of their homes. I also want to thank the discussion from previous regarding the motion that was to delete the legislation, but I think that through the discussion, I do appreciate Shanella Naa'bik'iyati for also just challenging how this legislation can move forward. And with that, as she was speaking, I just jotted down what key points we heard from the Legislative Council, and I did send over a email to request for the amendment. However, I would like to just have the council look at that, and I think that would allow for us to move this legislation forward once this amendment is inserted so that it can go forward to council next week, and council would be the final authority. So I will go ahead and allow for Shanella to offer the amendment, but I just want to thank everyone for the support, and I am in support of this amendment. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and we'll proceed down to Delegate Crotty, who's next on the right to speak.
Appreciate it. Thank you, colleagues. So if staff can read the amendment into the record, let's continue to support one another. If we could just always have the most updated current versions of our laws. I believe as policymakers, we're at this point because of attorneys in terms of their interpretation. While we're lawmakers, we receive the vote from the people, and in a public setting, they are requesting and begging us to take action, and this is one step in the right direction. I'll make the motion. Thank you.
Okay, with that, the amendment was emailed out. It was emailed out to everyone by Julissa Johnson at 4:07 p.m. Staff, if you can go ahead and read the amendment language into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem. Amendment 1, page 1, line 12, insert additional language. After Naa'bik'iyati Committee, insert new language underline, and the Navajo Nation Council, semicolon. 2, page 1, line 21, insert a new paragraph A as follows. Paragraph A, underline, the Navajo Nation Council is the governing body of the Navajo Nation. 2, NNC Section 102A, and underline. 3, page 2, line 3, insert a new paragraph F as follows. New language underline F, the need for funding of the Legislative District Assistance Program necessitates a waiver of 2 NNC Section 185A. Such a waiver will necessitate a majority vote of the Navajo Nation Council, and underline. 3, page 2, line 19, insert the following language, new language underline. Section 4, waiving 2 NNC Section 185A. Navajo Nation hereby waives 2 NNC Section 185A for the reallocation as described in Exhibit A. 4, renumber reletters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the nomination council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Julissa. Delegate Crotty, is that language correct before I call for a motion and a second for the, I'm sorry, a second for the amendment?
I believe, and I'll rely on the expertise of our legislative council with the right provision and section number. Thank you.
Okay, with that, committee members, a motion has been made for amendment number 1. It has been read into the record. Can I get a second? Second made by Delegate Shauna Claw. Committee members, are there any questions, any comments, or anything further that you'd like to add to this amendment? Okay, so as Chair Pro Tem here at Naa'bik'iyati, I would like to make it known for the record that we do have a position or a spot open for the Department of Justice, and the Department of Justice is currently not here. So there should be no issues from the Department of Justice raised in regards to the actions taken by this committee today. If there were any actions that they felt that needed to be discussed or brought to the attention of council, it should have been raised at this time as council is ready to debate this legislation. So with that being said, we do have legislation number 0228-25 with Amendment 1 offered by Delegate Amber Canaz-Bakrati, second by Delegate Shauna Claw. The amendment has been read into the record. There are no comments, no questions, or any further changes that need to be made to the amendment. Nobody is on the board. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and we will proceed to a roll call vote for amendment number 1. Okay, with a vote of 13 in favor, 0 opposed, 4 who are excused, and 6 delegates who are absent, this amendment 1 does pass. Okay, we're back on the main motion for legislation number 0228-25. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Going once, going twice. Okay, we do have one amendment to legislation number 0228-25. I believe that we don't need a second reading unless it is requested. So we'll go ahead and we will proceed at this time for a vote on legislation number 0228-25 with one amendment. We have 20 seconds left on the clock. Leanna, I think there's some delegates on the floor who are. Legislation number 0228-25. Motion was made by Delegate Shawna Kloss, second by Delegate Amber Knazbach-Crotty. The vote on the legislation with one amendment is 13 in favor, 0 opposed, 6 delegates who are absent, 4 excused. Legislation passes. And that is what council is going to do about this issue. We are now on item number 7 on the agenda. We do. Before we go on to the reports, we're going to go ahead and take are you guys okay with maybe a 30-minute recess to give you guys time to grab something to eat? I don't want you guys withering away. Delegate Simpson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Temp Speaker, members of the Naa'bik'iyati. I know under report we did request either oral or written reports for A is written report, then B either oral or written report, and C also written report. I'd like to make a motion if it's allowable, Madam Pro Temp Speaker, since we received the either again B and C was either oral or written report, and so I'd like to make a motion to accept all the written reports. Madam Pro Tem Chair, I'd like to make that motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Simpson. Motion has been made to accept the written reports under item 7 on the agenda. The written report from the Office of the U.S. Senator Ben Ray Lujan regarding lapse in funding. A written report from the Navajo Division of Human Resources and Department of Personnel Management regarding the interim controller position. A written report from the Office of the Controller regarding transfer of funds from the K-9 unit to the Office of the President and Vice President. Motion has been made at this time by Delegate Danny Simpson. Can I get a second? Is that a second? Okay, sorry, I got my reading glasses on. Second by Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. Committee members, are there any questions or any comments to this motion? Delegate Crotty, the floor is yours.
Briefly, I just wanted to ask, in looking at my email, because we received so many, I have the written report from Senator Lujan's office, but do we have the written report for the other 2 reports, Pro Tem? And if staff can just identify when that was emailed out, I could pull it up. Because I would want, I mean, review it, and then we could have more time and discussion for later. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over at this time to Ms. Johnson to answer that question regarding the reports and whether we have received them from DPM, from Rob Willie, and we do have the report from Senator Ben Ray Lujan.
Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem. On item A, I can resend that report out. Item B, I did get a response from Ms. Charlotte Big Thumb, and I forwarded that memo at 3:23 p.m. this afternoon. And on item C, I did get a response, and Mr. Rob Willie did state that that report should be coming from the Office of Management and Budget. Madam Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Ms. Johnson. At 3:23 p.m., we did receive a one-page report from Charlotte Big Thumb regarding the DHR DPM question for 7B. 7A has been received. 7C, Delegate Crotty, is still on its way. So we'll go ahead and move on to Delegate Andy Nance. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. So I thank Mr. Lewis for also being here on behalf of Senator Lujan's office. He is technically unemployed at the moment due to the federal shutdown, so I do appreciate you being here as well. and I think that's yeah, we can sell it tomorrow morning. Yeah, and I just wanted to acknowledge that because, you know, we are in these capacities to continue the work, and I think that's a commendable gesture here, Mr. Lewis, so thank you. And also, I know receiving reports letter B from DA Shar, I know that was at the request of the Naa'bik'iyati, but I did forward the memo to my chair, and I included my HES members and recommended that we also hear that on the 27th in our regular scheduled HES. But if it needs to come back to this body, then I'm more than happy to adjust that as well. But I think it's something important as well that we need to understand because we have the oversight of ICSHAR. And then I just look forward to receiving letter C. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, Chair Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Naz. So I think we all received the report. I'm reading it at this moment. So with that, committee members, a motion has been made. Oh, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the floor. Delegate Crotty, the floor is yours.
Yes, so I'm ready to vote. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote red because DPM is refusing to report to the committee regarding the matter. Now they're citing, talk to DOJ. Oh, well, you're litigating, so we can't talk about it. But they should have a process, and they should have that publicly available, that they are following the laws and policies of the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. So with that, committee members, we do have Delegate Simpson back in queue. Delegate Simpson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair and members of the committee. With that, I will modify my motion that we go ahead and accept receiving report A. And since if we put these all together, we don't want no red votes on this. So I'll just go ahead and modify my motion. Just go ahead and not include B and C. Since C, we haven't received a report from O and B. We made a request to the Office of the Controller, so it's supposed to be from O and B. So I'll just go ahead and modify my motion just to make a motion to accept report A. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you for that, Delegate Simpson. So with that, motion has been modified. Motion at this time was made by Delegate Danny Simpson to accept the written reports. At this time, it would be only written report 47A from Senator Ben Ray Lujan regarding the lapse in funding. The second for this motion was made by Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, do you agree to that modification? She is shaking her head yes. So with that, committee members, there is a motion at this time to accept 7A as a written report. Staff, have we made that modification to, okay? So with that, committee members, I don't see anybody else in queue. Going once, going twice. All right, we can go ahead and go to the board at this time to vote on accepting the written report from the motion of, from the office of the U.S. Senator Ben Ray Lujan regarding lapse in funding. Motion was made by Delegate Danny Simpson, second by Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. Okay, voting has been locked. Delegate Simonson, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Helena Nazbigay, how do you vote? Green. All right, so with that, we have, oh, we're missing one. Speaker Curley, how do you vote? Okay, so even though it does show 12 in favor, the record is actually 13 in favor. And for the record, the system has blocked out Speaker Crystalline Curley from voting, but she does vote. And for the record, the vote is 13 in favor, 0 opposed, 6 delegates who are absent, 4 excused. So the report by Senator Lujan has been accepted. Okay, with that, we are now back to the agenda item 7B, an oral and a written report from the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources and Department of Personnel Management regarding the interim controller position for, do we have Ms. Racita Toddy, Executive Director for Department of Human Resources, and Ms. Charlotte Big Thumb, HR Director with DPM present. Second call, Ms. Racita Toddy, Ms. Charlotte Big Thumb. Committee members, we do not have the presenters present at this time. Ms. Racita Toddy and Ms. Charlotte Big Thumb. How would the committee like to proceed? Motion will be made by Delegate Amber Kenez Bakrati to accept the written, it's not a report, but it's a written memo as sent to us today by Ms. Charlotte Big Thumb, and that was sent to us at 3:53. I have 3:23. 3:23 p.m. Can I get a second? Second made by Delegate Danny Simpson. Committee members, since the presenters are not present, a motion has been made, followed by a second without the presenters being present. We'll just go ahead and proceed to a vote on this one-page memo. Are you ready to take over, or you want to keep? Okay. Speaker, did you vote? Okay. With that, I believe all members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee have voted, all members who are present. So with a vote of 0, oh, hold on, what's that? He voted red. So with a vote of 0 in favor, 13 oppose, 6 delegates who are absent, 4 excused. The report, the written memo that was sent to us by Ms. Charlotte Big Thumb is not accepted. Okay. Committee member, we now move to item 7C, an oral or written report from the Office of the Controller regarding transfer of funds from the K-9 unit to the Office of the President and Vice President. Presenter, Mr. Rob Willie. For the record, we do have, I believe that the report was sent to us. When did you send it, Ms. Johnson? Okay, at 4:40 p.m. The report was sent to us by Ms. Julissa Johnson. This is a written report. Committee members, can I get a motion and a second? Everybody's reading the report. Who said motion? Motion made by Delegate Shauna Claw. Can I get a second? Second made by Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. And this was supposed to be an oral report. And a written report. As Chair Pro Tem, I'd like to ask the committee if there are any objections to a delegate reading the report that has been provided to us here today for the record. Are there any objections? Okay, no objections, so I'll go ahead and read the report. This is a report that has been submitted to us from Robert Willie, Assistant Controller with the Office of the Controller, dated October 16th, 2025, regarding the budget transfer from Office of the President and Vice President. The report states, the Office of the Controller does not process budget transfers. That function is actually with the Office of Management and Budget. In reviewing the Financial Management Information System, FMIS, for Business Unit 103001, Office of the President and Vice President, there was only one budget revision request, BRR. Transfer completed in fiscal year 2026, dated October 6, 2025. The amount of the budget transfer was $229,451 from line item 6500, contractual services, into the following line item as seen in FMIS. $3,000 travel expenses in the amount of $98,800. $4,000 supplies in the amount of $7,500. $5,000 lease and rentals in the amount of $1,000. 5,500 communication and utilities in the amount of $10,551, and 7,000 special transactions in the amount of $111,600. Please contact the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, for the BRR and supporting documentation. If you should have any questions, please contact me at Tribal Extension, and then he lists his extension, which I'm not going to read for the entire internet to hear. So with that, committee members, a motion was made by Delegate Shauna Claw, a second by Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. This is the written report that was sent to us by the Office of the Controller regarding the transfer of funds from the K-9 unit to the Office of the President and Vice President. Presenter, Mr. Rob Willie, Assistant Controller with the Navajo Nation Office of the Controller. Committee members, are there any questions or any comments to the written report that has been submitted to this body? Going once? Going twice? Okay, I don't see anybody in queue. We'll go ahead and we'll proceed forward to the vote to accept the written report from Assistant Controller of the Office of the Controller, Mr. Rob Willie. And while voting, for the record, per the law, this body, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, does recognize Sean McCabe as the official controller of the Navajo Nation. Delegate Simpson, the floor is yours while voting.
I know we debated this, but just wanted to clarify this. As you stated that the council recognized Sean McKay as the controller, but if we do accept this report or this memo, and this is through Alvin Tom as the acting controller, we accept that individual as the controller. So I think we're careful. That's why I voted red. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Speaker.
Good point, Delegate Simpson. Okay, if you want to change your vote, then just go ahead and let Leanna know, give her a thumbs down that you want to change your vote. Oh. So for the record, every delegate who has voted here today, 13 delegates, has voted red to accept the report as it is stated interim controller, Alva Tom. This council, I hope Ms. Tom is listening, this council does not recognize Alva Tom as interim controller. And for that reason, this council has voted red to accept the report with 13 nays, 0 yays, 6 who are absent, 4 delegates who are excused. With that, don't leave yet. We're at the end. We're at the end. Okay, we are now at the close of the meeting. Are there any announcements aside from the Tuba City Fair festivities that are going on this weekend? Are there any announcements that need to be made by this body? Motion to adjourn made by Delegate Shauna Claus, second by Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. Adjournment at 4:50. I don't think there are any questions, comments, or any debate to this, so we're going to go ahead and recognize that. Let's go ahead and go to a vote to adjourn at 4:50 p.m. If you voted, you can excuse yourself. Okay, we are hereby adjourned at 4:50 p.m.